are you? Hold on. I have to make some adjustments. I have to do some adjustments to the system. I can't believe Resident Evil is 28 years old. 28 years of Resident Evil. Can you believe it? Can you believe the horror stories about this horror game that I'm about to share with you? How the creator had a very difficult relationship with his father, who used to kick him out of bed and chase him around in a car. Shinji Mikami, was it? The creator of Resident Evil's biggest nightmare was his own father, who used to just chase him around in the car. Hello, Vodka. Today we have so many things to do, so many things to discuss. Putin, Russia, Putin's brain, maybe even. We're gonna be discussing Putin's brain. It's only 1 year younger than me. You're 29? Oh. You have disclosed your age to me, which means that technically speaking, now I know your address and real name. That's relatable. Wait, your father used to chase you around in the car as well? He would just kick you out of bed in pajamas, take you out of the house barefoot in the middle of the night, and then chase you in the car, you thinking that he will drive you over all the way to the seashore and then driving away and making you go back home barefoot in pajamas? Is that really relatable? Is that really a relatable experience for people? Is that really a normal father-child relationship? Damn. Damn it. I think we need an improvement on father-children relationships then. If that's the norm. If that's relatable, then I don't know what to say. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be relatable. It should be strange and shocking and not exactly, but their parents would do that if they could. I mean, that particular parent could and did. That particular parent sure did. But hey, listen. Thanks to that experience, we got Resident Evil. And we all love Resident Evil, right? So... right? You know. It's yeah. Right? Isn't that right? We got Resident Evil out of this. Which we are going to play today because I think it's our duty, basically, to play Resident Evil at this point. But since I've already beaten Resident Evil 1 and 2 on stream, we're going to be playing 3. What's your favorite Resident Evil game? Probably Code Veronica. I think that's my favorite. I also like the Resident Evil 1 remake. I think that one's pretty good as well. I'd say it was worth it. Oh gosh. One man's life ruined for the sake of people enjoying their Resident Evil. It's for the greater good, isn't it? I would say Code Veronica alongside with the Resident Evil 1 remake. What is your favorite Resident Evil game of Vodka? We're still in the warm-up mode. We're waiting for the 3,000 viewers to come in, because that's my usual number of consecutive viewers. know? Also, if any of you want to debate me, then feel free to call in. I'm going to debate you. I'm going to debate you on gender stuff and on Ukraine, because I bet we have tons of disagreements on Ukraine. I bet. I bet all of you secretly disagree with me on everything. And hence, we have to hash it out. Hi, Lucy. Hope you're doing well. I am doing pretty well, I hope. I'm doing my best. Listen, I go through therapy. I go through therapy in order to do well. So it's good. It's good. Now that you are here, it's all good. So, what shall we start with? What shall we start with? Would you like me to start with the debate? With the famous Jordan Peterson debate? Would you like to see that? Press 1. Press 1 in the chat if you'd like to see the Jordan Peterson debate. Hey, we do what we need to do. We do what we need to do. We do. We do what we need to do. That we do, indeed. That is indeed what we do, the things that we need to do. Yes. So now you do what you need to do. And what you need to do is to tell me if you want Peterson or something else. Because I like democracy. I love democracy. Unlike Dugin. Unlike Alexander Dugin, I actually like democracy and human rights. Because I'm from the Sea Empire. Poland is in the Sea Empire now, so that means I like human rights now. I've been tainted. I've been tainted with the human rights virus. Unfortunate. An unfortunate affliction, but what can I do? What the hell am I supposed to do? Sure, 1. LOL. What did Peterson do now? He debated Destiny, apparently. Jordan Peterson had a debate with Destiny. Pre-shave Destiny. Destiny has this patch of... this weird patch of missing hair on his beard. So it's recent enough that he already had this, but old enough that it's pre-shave. But yes, Destiny had a debate with Jordan Peterson. So if you're interested in that, then that is what we're gonna watch. Oh gosh, it's already prepared. Jordan Peterson. Intro. I'm not interested in the intro of Jordan. Oh, maybe I am. Am I interested in Jordan Peterson's intro? I didn't know. Well, now you know. Now you know everything. We're going to be playing a game with it, aren't we? Should I play a game while watching the Jordan Peterson debate, or should I just watch it raw without any games? Should we have an additional visual stimuli? Write yes or no to the game. Yes or no. If you press yes, or rather write yes, then I will be playing a game alongside the debate. If no, then I'll be just focusing 100 billion million % on, Holy crap. That's available now? Wow. Maybe I should play it on stream. Hold on. While you're While you are responding to me, I will check something. View page. Very positive as well. Damn. It will make it more transformative, yes. Okay, let's go then. We're gonna be playing a game. We're gonna be playing a game called Monster Hunter, which is my reaction game. My favorite. Привет! That's right, привет. I don't know why he's getting these big debates. I feel like it's solely for his large audience, not trying to be rude, but where is the credibility? The credibility is where the credibility is. Who else would you have this big... Okay, Taj. Who else would you have these big debates? Name your debate candidate for the big debates, please. And I will judge if your choice is good. Name your debate candidate, please. Monster Hunter World is a fun game. That is true. That is indeed true. But now it's time for something else. Now it's time for Destiny versus PETERSON. Ready? Ready or not, here I come.
Do you?
Hello, I'm Peterson.
Hello, everyone. I'm here today talking to Stephen Bunnell.
Yes, that's right. Wait, is this the Destiny Peterson debate? That's right.
Known professionally and online as Destiny.
Destiny.
He's an American streamer,
True.
debater, and political commentator.
True.
He really came to my attention, I would say, as a consequence of the discussion he had with Ben Shapiro and Lex Friedman. And I decided to talk to him, not least because it's not that easy to bring people who are identified, at least to some degree, with the political beliefs on the left into a studio where I can actually have a conversation with them. I've tried that more often than you might think. And it happens now and then, but not very often.
Ah, yes, I bet Vosh rejected you so many times, Jordan Peterson. I bet you've tried reaching out to Vosh so many times and he has rejected you so many times. I bet that happened. Mm-hmm. Sure. I believe you, Jordan Peterson.
So today we talk a lot about, well, the differences between the left and the right and the dangers of political ideology per se and the use of power as opposed to invitation and all sorts of other...
Power as in what?
Often heated and contentious issues. And so
power
you're welcome
to
join us.
To invitation,
and, I was happy to have the opportunity to do this. So I guess we might as well start by letting the people who don't know who you are get to know who you are with a little bit more precision. So why have you become known and how has that developed?
It's a pretty broad question. I think I started streaming around 15 years ago. When
Look, he has this cut in the beard here. See? This sort of missing patch. So this is recent. You can tell this is recent because of this. I've been made aware of this and now I cannot I'm fixated on it now. But now he's shaved it off. So that's before that happened.
And it wasn't really a thing yet. There were a few people that did it. I started early on. I guess back then you weren't a professional gamer yet because the game had just started to come out. But there was a game called StarCraft 2, and I streamed myself playing that game. I was a pretty good player. It was pretty entertaining to watch. And then I kind of grew over, I guess maybe the next 7 years, just streaming that people would watch.
Streaming on YouTube?
Well, back then I started on a website
Wait.
called Livestream. Then I switched to Ustream. Then I switched to a site called Justin TV. And then that turned into Twitch.tv.
Justin, I remember
So
that.
after streaming there for like 7 or 8 years, I was a semi-professional StarCraft 2 gamer. That game kind of came and went, but I had a lot of other interests. Around 2016, I started to get more involved into the world of politics. It's kind of a left-leaning figure because of my background in like esports and internet gaming and internet trash talk. I had more of a kind of like a combative attitude, and that was kind of rare for left-leaning people at the time. So it's basically where my early political popularity came from. I think from like 2016 to 2018 was debating right-wing people.
So was there a game-like element to the debating, do you think? And is that part of why that morphing made sense?
No, I wouldn't say so. I mean,
would.
if you get really reductionist, everything in life is kind of a game, but that's not very satisfying.
I know. You would really, really lean into the reducing. You would really go into the reducing to say that everything in life is a game. You'd really have to lean heavily into the that. Oh yeah, you're right. There you go. You really have to be reductive. I'm gonna show you. See this the patch. My God, you'd really need to do the I cannot speak today, but it's okay. You love me even if I cannot speak. Hold on, I have to change the title to attract more audiences. Oh my gosh. Destiny versus Jordan Peterson. There you go. I've changed the title. We are now watching this. We're now watching this duel of the minds. And then we're gonna talk about the terrorist attack in Russia. Isn't that a tone shift, if there is one? There is ever one.
I think I grew up like very argumentative. My mom is from Cuba, so my family was like very conservative. And then I grew up like listening to the news all day, listening to my mom's political opinions all day. And then I argued with kids in high school and everything. And I've always been kind of like an argumentative, type A, aggressive personality.
Damn.
So I think that probably lent itself well to the political stuff in 2016. Yeah.
Was that useful in gaming,
Yeah.
that personality?
In some ways, yeah. In some ways, no. I don't know directly for the games itself. I don't know how much it necessarily mattered. But for all the peripheral stuff,
talking.
in some ways it was really beneficial. I could kind of like cut out my own path and I could be very unique and I could kind of be on my own. In some ways it was very detrimental. I can be very difficult to get along with. And I'm very much kind of like, I want to do this thing. And if you try to tell me what to do, I don't want to have like a sponsor or a team or anybody kind of with a leash on me. So yeah, I guess it worked out.
It's
in the end.
interesting because the temperamental proclivity that you're describing, that's associated with low agreeableness. And generally, well, and that's more combative, it's more stubborn, it's more implacable, it's more competitive. The downside is that it's more skeptical, it can be more cynical, it can be less cooperative. But generally, a temperament like that is not associated with political belief on the left, because the leftists tend to be characterized by higher levels of compassion, and that's low agreeableness. So, that element of your temperament at least is quite masculine, and a lot of the ideology that characterizes the modern left has a much more
feminine,
temperamentally feminine nature. So all right, so why do you think the shift from your popularity to political commentary worked? And you said that started about 2000.
Yes, I have heard about Moscow. We're gonna be talking about it today. Of course, I heard about Moscow. I'm from Eastern Europe. I'm Eastern European. I have to hear about all of Eastern Europe all the time, every day. Eastern Europe life is my life. he's a contrarian. Tell me something new. He's not on the left, is what Peterson is saying, basically. You don't really strike me as a person from the left. And Destiny's like, uh-oh. Uh-oh.
2016, and why do you think that shift happened for you, like in terms of your interest?
I think I've always been interested in a lot of things. Like, I grew up with a very strong political bend. It was conservative until I got into my streaming years, probably 5 or 6 years into streaming. I slowly kind of started to shift to the left.
And then you're going back to the
I would say
your
that
roots. You're coming back to your roots.
I guess in around 2016, when I saw all of the conversations going on with the election and when all the issues being talked about, I felt like the conversations were very low quality. And in my naivety, I thought that maybe I could come in and boost the quality, at least in like my little corner of the internet, to have better conversations about what was going on. And so that was basically my injection point into all of that was,
have you boosted the
fighting
quality?
about those political issues and then arguing with people about them, doing research and reading and all of that. Yeah.
And so did you do that by video to begin with as well?
Yeah, it was all streaming. Yeah.
It was all streaming. And so I presume you built an audience among the people who were following you as a gamer first, and then that started to expand. Is that correct?
Basically, yeah. Without getting too much into like the business or streaming side of things, basically, actually, this probably carries over to basically to all media, I would imagine, is you've got people that will watch you for special events. So maybe you're like a commentator of the Super Bowl, or maybe you're hosting like a really huge event. Then you've got people who will watch you every time you're participating in your area of expertise. So for me, that's like a particular game I might be playing. It might be when you're on like a particular show or something that people watch you for. And then the fundamental fan, like the best fan that you're converting to the lowest and most loyal viewer, I guess, is somebody that's watching you basically no matter what you're doing. And these are the people that'll follow you from area to area. Right. And I think because of the way I did gaming and I talked about a lot of other stuff, whether it was politics, science, current events, whatever, I had a lot of loyal fans that kind of followed me wherever I went. So quite a few of them stuck in Star Trek.
So you established a reputation.
Yeah.
So how would you characterize your reach now? How would you quantify it?
I think can you be more precise?
How many people are watching a typical video that you might produce, and what are you doing for subscribers, say on YouTube, and total? Any idea about total reach?
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess my subscribers on YouTube, I have around, I think now it's around 770,000 on my main channel. I think I probably do between all three channels, I think around 15 to 20 million views a month. And then I live stream to anywhere from 5 to 15,000 concurrent viewers a day for hopefully around 8 hours a day. Yeah.
Okay. So you have quite a substantial reach. And so you said that initially you were more conservative leaning, but that changed. What did it mean that you were more conservative leaning, and how and why did that change?
When I say I was conservative leaning, I mean I was writing articles for my school newspaper defending George Bush in the Iraq War. I was like very much like I think it's like an insult now where people say like neocon, but I was like very much like a conservative, a Bush era conservative.
Oh God.
So supported big business, supported traditional, all of the conservative, I guess, like foreign policy, hawkish foreign policy, for whatever that meant as like a 14, 15-year-old.
Right.
There was the whole Elian Gonzalez incident that was very big for Cuban Americans, where there was a Cuban boy that tried to come to the United States with several other people and his mother, and their raft, I guess, crashed or something happened. I think his mom died and some other people died, and there was a huge debate on whether or not to send him back to Cuba, and Clinton ended up sending him back to Cuba, and I know that my mom was super irritated and all that, to say the least. And then once I hit college, I think I supported Ron Paul in 2008. So I was a big Ron Paul libertarian guy in high school. When I went to a Catholic Jesuit high school, and I kind of became atheist in that process. I started reading Ayn Rand. So I was very, 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 very conservative.
And now you're going back
on the libertarian end.
I would say so. Yeah. Initially on the
that makes more sense in relationship to your temperament.
Sure, maybe, yeah. Yeah. Initially it was like Christian conservative, and then it became like libertarian conservative. My life kind of took like a wacky path, and then as I started working, I kind of had to drop out of school. I was working, and then I got into streaming. And once I started streaming, I had a son basically around the first year I started streaming. As I started to go through life, and I went from kind of being in this like working poor position to making a lot of money, especially through the lens of my child, I saw how different life was when I had more money versus less. And I guess like the differences between what was available to me and then my child as I made more money while I was really wealthy versus not as wealthy, it kind of started to change the way that I guess I
So you
viewed
got
the
more
structure of society.
attuned to the consequences of inequality? Is that a
Basically, I would
reasonable way
say,
of thinking about it?
yeah.
Okay, and so okay, how did that lead you to develop more sympathy for left-leaning
class.
ideas, particularly?
I guess my core beliefs have never really changed, but I think the way that those become
Core beliefs have never changed. I guess that's true. And now you're swinging back to your old ways. It's like what they say. Life went full circle, didn't it? It all went full circle. It's all back to the basics, to the conservative basics. That is.
applied kind of change. So much the same way that you might think that everybody deserves a shot to go to school and have an education. That might be like a core belief where as a libertarian or conservative, I might think that as long as a school is available, everybody's got the opportunity to go and study. But maybe now as like a liberal or progressive or whatever you'd call me, I might say,
Not
okay,
that.
well, we need to make sure that there's enough, maybe like food in the household or some kind of funding program to make sure the kid can actually go to school and study, basically. So like the core drive is the same, but I think the applied principle ends up changing a bit based on what you
Right.
think people's
So
individual
is your
needs are.
concern essentially something like the observation that if people are bereft enough of substance, let's say, that it's difficult for them to take advantage of equal opportunities, even if they are presented to them, let's say?
Yeah,
And
essentially.
they're
yeah.
not, by the way.
And
Not in the US.
you have
Definitely
some
not.
belief, and correct me if I'm wrong, you have some belief that there is room for state intervention at the level of basic provision to make those opportunities more manifest.
Yeah, to varying degrees. Yeah.
Okay. So let's start talking more broadly then on the political side. So how would you characterize the difference, in your opinion, between the left and the conservative political viewpoints?
One
On
is
a
correct, one is
on a
not.
very, very, very broad level, if there's some, I would say if there's some like good world that we're all aiming for, I think people on the left seem to think that a collection of taxes from a large population that goes into a government that's able to precisely kind of dole out where that tax money goes. You're basically able to take the problems of society. You're able to scrape off, hopefully, not super significant amount of money from people that can afford to give a lot of money, and then through government programs and redistribution, you target those taxes essentially to people that kind of need whatever bare minimum to take advantage of opportunities in society. Yeah.
Okay.
And then on the conservative end, I guess a conservative would generally think that why would the government take my money? I think from a community point of view, through churches, through community action, through families, we can better allocate our own dollars to our own friends and family to help them and give them the things that they need so that they can better participate in and thrive in society, basically.
Okay, so one of the things that I've always found a mystery, I think there's an equal mystery on the left and on the right in this regard, is that the more conservative types tend to be very skeptical of big government, and the leftist types tend to be more skeptical of big corporations. Right? Following through the logic that you just laid out, you made the suggestion that one of the things that characterizes people on the left is the belief that government can act as an agent of can and should act as an agent of distribution. Okay, a potential problem for that is the gigantism of the government that does that. Now, the conservatives are skeptical of that gigantism, and likewise, the liberals, the progressives in particular, we'll call them progressives, are skeptical.
The drip, huh? It's very flamboyant. It's not. I don't know. It's just loud. It's not very well thought out. It's just I'm gonna wear something loud today, and I'm cool. Hello, fellow kids. I'm cool because I'm wearing a skull on my sleeve. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. This does not impress me, Jordan Peterson. If you were trying to impress Lucy Hazet, you have failed at this task. Also, I have to admit that allocating taxes to certain government programs, I don't think, at least in Poland, I don't think that's considered particularly left, you know? That is not a thing that is considered particularly a right wing thing, a conservative, a left wing thing. Conservatives have been doing that in Poland, you know? That sort of thing, the social programs. So I guess that is a pretty significant difference in the political landscape between Poland and the US. If social programs are considered something exclusively left wing, and conservatives think that everything should be done through churches and community. Like, I don't know, that's bizarre. Actually, the right wing in Poland has won a lot of its popularity through the social programs that it installed, like 500 plus that later became 800 plus, which those programs are that all people that have children, 2 children, for each children they receive a certain amount of money from the government. That is one example of such programs. And the big government versus big corporation is just a bizarre distinction, in my opinion. What was the discussion on the left versus right before the big corporations existed in the US? Or maybe that was just always the state of affairs. Maybe the big corporations just existed always in the US. It's just a natural state of the US for huge corporations to exist since the inception of the country. You know? But the truth is that in Poland, the right wing very happily reaches for the social programs in order to gain popularity. Especially, like, also a social thing was the 13th pension, the 13th retirement sort of thing, that people on retirement would get paid, sort of get an extra pension, the 13th one from the government. That was a big thing that won a lot of points with people when it came to the right wing. So, you know. How exactly does the right wing points with the voters in the US? We're gonna cut social spending, we're not gonna give you money anymore? Is that the big pitch that the right wing does in the US? We're not gonna give you stuff anymore, we're gonna take stuff away, so vote for us. And people are like, oh yeah, that sounds amazing, we should vote. You know? Is that what's happening in the US? Actually, nobody should get retirement money, as Ben Shapiro said. So we're gonna do away with retirement, and you're gonna love it. So vote for us. Is that the right wing's modus operandi?
Of the reach of gigantic
Is that a winning
corporations.
strategy in the US?
And I've always seen a commonality in those two, in that both of them are skeptical of gigantism. And so one of the things that I'm concerned about, generally speaking, with regard to the potential for the rise of tyranny, is the emergence of giants. And one potential problem with the view that the government can and should act as an agent of redistribution is that there is an incentive put in place, two kinds of incentives. Number one, a major league incentive towards gigantism and tyranny. And number two, an incentive for psychopaths who use compassion to justify their grip on.
Yes. When the government redistributes money to help certain groups of people, that is when we get tyranny, because we get gigantism, as you know, It's demonstrated in all of Europe with huge social programs. Those countries became the biggest dictatorships, of course. Sure. So, what I'm getting from this so far is that the winning strategy for the right wing in the US is we're actually going to cut all social programs and we're gonna subsidize huge corporations. And that makes right wing voters clap and vote. That is so bizarre. I don't know. I don't know what to think of this. Very strange. Especially since, as I've said, in Poland, the right wing actually had to appeal somewhat to the social programs, you know, according to Google.
On power to take money and to claim that they're doing good. And I see that happening everywhere now in the name of, particularly in the name of compassion. And it's one of the things that's made me very skeptical, in particular about the left, and at least about the progressive edge of the left. So I'm curious about what you think about those two. First of all, it's a paradox to me that the conservatives and the leftists face off each other with regard to their concern about different forms of gigantism and don't seem to notice that the thing that unites them is some antipathy. This is especially true for the libertarians, some antipathy towards gigantic structures per se. And so then I would say, with regards to your antithesis between liberalism and conservatives, the conservatives...
That is such a weird way to discuss left wing versus right wing. That the main difference is that one group doesn't like giant corporations and one group doesn't like giant governments. There's one difference, by the way, even if I grant this, okay? I'm going to grant this, okay? Let's grant that the main difference between the right wing and the left wing is big corporations versus not liking big government. But do you know something else? At least on paper, there is a big difference between a huge corporation and a huge government. And that is that even, at least in a democracy, a well-functioning democracy, okay, people actually have some input into how the big government is shaped through voting and, I don't know, contacting your local representatives, being politically active. You actually do have some sort of influence over what's going on in the country by doing so, by doing all these, by taking advantage of all the instruments that are sort of available to you. With a giant corporation, what the hell are you gonna do? You have absolutely no say when it comes to how a huge corporation functions. Zero. So why would you want a huge corporation that more often than ever will just screw you over for the sake of profit and you won't be able to do anything about it most of the time? Like, what exactly are you gonna do? At least with a big government, you sort of do have an effect by, participating in the political process, by being an informed voter, by, again, contacting your local representatives. In fact, you can even, at least in Poland, you can even create bills and put them forward if you get enough votes from citizens, like so-called citizen bill initiatives that you can create a proposition for a bill, what you want changed, and then you get enough people to sign it, and then you put it forward, and you can create change that way. So there are different sorts of avenues that you can take advantage of to sort of affect the reality around you, even if the government is big. But with a giant corporation, tough luck, tough shit. You can't do anything. It's game over. It's done. You're done. That is the reality. You know? Americans are constantly told that anyone can be anything. And rags to riches stories, lots of poor people that vote a Republican vote for their imagined future rather than their current economic standing. Like, it's sort of like, I don't know. It's sort of like those people that just dream of making it big through schemes of various sort.
Are pointing to the fact that there are intermediary forms of distribution that can be utilized to solve the social problems that you're describing that don't bring with them the associated problem of gigantism. And like it's been shocking to me to watch the left, especially in the last 6 years,
True.
ally itself, for example, with pharmaceutical companies, which was something I'd never thought I would see in my lifetime. I mean, for decades.
Oh my God. For such a big, supposedly psychologist, I must admit that Jordan Peterson is a very shallow thinker. Is he gonna say that he is surprised to see the left aligning themselves with the pharmaceutical companies when it comes to the vaccines? Is it gonna be about COVID and vaccines? Yes, I think people will align themselves with the things that can distribute the things that will stop people from dying. Yeah, I think I might be crazy, but I think that makes sense. It might be a weird thing for me to say and believe. How wild.
The only gigantic corporations the left was more skeptical of than the fossil fuel companies were the pharmaceutical companies. And that all seemed to vanish overnight around the COVID time. So I know the story. That's a lot of things to throw at you, but it sort of outlines the territory that we could probably investigate productively.
Yeah, so a couple things. I would say that the current political landscape we have, I think, is less. I understand the concept of conservatives supporting corporations and liberals supporting like large government. I think today the divide we're starting to see more and more is more of like a populist, anti-populist rise, or even like an institutional or anti-institutional rise. So, for instance, I think conservatives today in the United States are largely characterized with, I would say, with populism. In that they're supporting like certain figures, namely right now Donald Trump, who they think alone can kind of like lead them against the corrupt institutions, be them corporate or government. I feel like most conservatives today are not as trustful of big corporations as they were back in like the Bush era, where we would, conservatives would champion, big corporations.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah.
That's a strange thing because it makes the modern conservatives a lot more like the 60s leftists.
Potentially, yeah.
I'm sorry.
I mean, that brings us into the issue
what
too.
What did I just hear? The fact that the whole thing is flattened to the big government versus big corporation is just bizarre to me.
Of leftists. That's a strange.
Conservatives would be trustful of big corporate or government alone populism. Conservatives today in the United States are largely characterized with, I would say, with populism, in that they're supporting like certain figures, namely right now Donald Trump, who they think alone can kind of like lead them against the corrupt institutions, be them corporate or government. I feel like most conservatives today are not as trustful of big corporate.
I think that's been a thing for fascism for a long time, I don't think that's a modern phenomenon that you have this figure that people rally around that is very, populistic, promises to take care of things, promises to make a country great again. I don't know. Some names come to mind, like Mussolini, Hitler. He actually did basically say that he'd make Germany great again, didn't he? I don't know if that's I'm not sure if this is such a modern phenomenon, this populistic figure that people rally around. I don't know. I think that I think that that route has been paved for us in the past. I think we've already had experience with such things. I believe with big figures that undermine democracy and sort of become populist speakers.
corporations as they were back in like the Bush era, where we would, conservatives would champion, big
Yeah,
corporations.
I think that's right.
Yeah. I don't
That's
think
a
there's-
strange thing because it makes the modern conservatives a lot more like the 60s leftists.
Yes, the 60s leftists famously had a big populist figure that everybody just gathered around, and that 60s lefty would try to undermine democracy and become a dictator. Like that is so 1960s hippie lefty thing. Sure. Okay. That's a take. That is an opinion. That is certainly an opinion that Jordan Peterson holds. That okay. Sure.
Potentially, yeah.
I mean, that brings us into the issue, too, of whether the left-right divide is actually a reasonable way of construing the current political landscape at all.
Yes, it is. It actually is. Like, it's not that different than it was if you really think about it for more than 5 seconds. Just because you characterize it in a ridiculous way, aka big corporations versus big government, it doesn't change the fact that you have still many characteristics of the left-wing movement that very much distinguishes itself from the right-wing movement. Not to even mention that you're just focusing on the US, and we're already seeing a whole lot of differences between Poland and the US alone when it comes to characterizing the left wing and the right wing. Like, I gave the example that apparently in the US, conservatives hate social programs, and in Poland, Law and Justice Party built a lot of its popularity on social programs. So I don't know. I just think your analysis is a bit shallow.
And I'm not sure it is, but
Right now, it kind of is, but only because so many conservatives are following Trump. So, like, your populist, anti-populist thing kind of maps on kind of cleanly to the left and right. It doesn't work with progressives, though, or the far left, because they're also anti-large everything. So, in a surprising way, on very, very far left people, you might find them having a bit more in common with kind of like a MAGA Trump supporter than like a center-left liberal. So, for instance, like both of these groups of people in the very
How to flatten politics 101. X group is against large Y. It's stupid. Oh yeah, the left wing is the main characteristic of the left wing is that they hate big corporations, and the main characteristics of the right wing is that they hate big government, and that's it. It's okay. There's absolutely nothing more to it. It's just being anti-big.
very far left will be very dovish on foreign policy, probably a little bit more isolationist. They're not a big fan of like a ton of immigration or a ton of trade with other countries.
Wait, hold on. What did you just say?
Or both of these groups, MAGA Trump supporter, very, very far left people, you might find them having a bit more in common with kind of like a MAGA Trump supporter than like a center left liberal. So
A far right. What is a far left person? Maybe you should begin there. That is so ridiculous. My father, right after the fall of the quote-unquote communist regime in Poland, was far left. And he was not isolationist. He was super pro-social programs. He was very much for sort of international relations, especially with the Eastern countries that were part of the Soviet Union / Soviet bloc. Is that really the case in the US, that a far left person, quote unquote, will be isolationist against immigration? I don't believe that a far left person will be against immigration. I would have to see evidence of that. Dovish foreign policy? Who is the far left person in Destiny's mind? Who is the representative of a far left person?
So, for instance, like both of these groups of people on the very far left will be very dovish on foreign policy, probably
What does that even mean, to be dovish on foreign policy? Can you give an example? Because I don't know what that means.
a little bit more isolationist. They're not a big fan of like a ton of immigration or a ton of trade with other countries.
How can you be against trade with other?
They might think that there's a lot of institutional capture of both government and corporations. So both all of the MAGA supporters and the far, far left might think that corporations don't have our best interest at heart and the government is corrupt and captured by lobbyists.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
you'll see a lot of
Yeah.
overlap there.
Right.
Who are the far leftists? Who are they? And are they even politically active? Destiny only knows MAGA communists. Gee. Who are these people that Destiny is describing? I would like to. I hate these vague. I gave an example. I gave my own father as an example of a far leftist, even though later in life he became more centrist. But that's a whole other thing. But I gave an example, and I gave an example of what he sort of believed in. And here, I get no examples. I just get far leftists, whatever that means. I got no examples what the dovish foreign policy means. I got nothing. This is nothing.
I think that sometimes there's a couple things. One is just
This is basically the Jordan Peterson discussion equivalent of the right wing, the left wing orthodoxy in higher education. That's basically it. That's basically an assertion on the same level. Or there's just this left wing rule that you need to adhere to, or it's over. It's over for you. You're gonna get fired. And then it turned out that there was no evidence for that. All the examples that he scrounged up for his community were ridiculous. And when someone offered to debate him on it, he just ghosted him. So isn't this supposed to be a debate? Are they gonna just agree on everything and shake hands and kiss and go home? Is that actually what's gonna happen? Is that what we're in store for?
something I feel like I've discovered. People have no principles. I think that people are largely guided by whatever is kind of satisfying them or making them feel good at the time. I think that's a really important thing to understand because people's beliefs will seem to change at random. If you're trying to imagine that a belief is coming from some underlying principle or is governed by some internal, like moral or reasonable code or whatever. I think generally there are large social groups and people kind of follow them along from thing to thing, which is why you end up in strange worlds sometimes where, like the position on vaccines and being an anti-vaxxer might have been seen as something, 10 years ago as kind of like a hippie leftist. And now maybe it's more like a conservative or it's associated more with like MAGA Trump supporters or whatever. I think as a result of how the social groups move around. When it comes to you mentioned this like gigantism thing. That's another thing where I'm not sure if people actually care about gigantism or if they're using it as a proxy for other things that they don't like. Like I could totally.
The hell is gigantism? I've gotta Google. I guess I'm too politically illiterate to understand this. Gigantism. Oh. Let me see. This is what the left and the right wing are against? Gigantism. Also known as gigantism, is a condition characterized by excessive growth and height significantly above average in humans. This condition is caused by overproduction of growth hormone in childhood. It is a rare disorder resulting from increased levels of growth hormone before the fusion of the growth plate, which usually occurs at some point soon after puberty. This increase is most often due to abnormal tumor growth on the pituitary gland. Gigantism should not be confused with acromegaly, the adult form of the disorder characterized by somatic enlargement, specifically in the extremities and face. So yeah, I guess both the right and the left wing would hate this now. Damn. All right, discussing gigantism. All right, I
Really imagine a
Well, I
person.
care about it.
Sure. Yeah, you might. Yeah, sorry. It just
That's
meant
okay.
in general.
That's
Yeah.
okay.
Because like I
I
could
mean, it is a serious condition, so I suppose so. I suppose you care about it. Hello. I suppose you care about it.
imagine somebody saying that like they don't trust like a large government, they think there's too much, prone to tyranny or something like that, but also be supportive of an institution like the Catholic Church, which is literally,
That is so stupid. Big government equals tyranny.
one guy who has a direct
Right,
line to
but they
God.
can't tax,
Well, I mean, there's
and they don't have a military,
that
and they
is
can't conscript you,
true.
right?
Yeah,
And they can't throw you in jail.
that is true. Yeah, I mean,
Right. Well, those are major. Those are major and significant. I mean, I get the overlap. Don't get me wrong.
sure, but I'm saying
What, Jordan Peterson is a communist now. He wants to do away with the state. He wants to do with the state's monopoly on violence. Is that it? Is that Jordan Peterson's unironic stance? Hello. Is that what Jordan Peterson has in store for us? No state.
like even if you had a local government, like if you had a state government or a tribe,
Like, is he saying that a smaller government could not have jail or taxes? What is he saying?
usually they've got some form of enacting punishment. It'll be sometimes more brutal, but they can throw you in jail. Conscription hasn't existed in the U.S. since the
Jail is not an invention of a huge government.
Vietnam
far as I
War.
know.
Yet.
I mean, yeah, true. Yeah.
Yeah, true.
So yeah, I think that I guess when I look at
So this is so. Let's go back. Well, let's go back to
sure.
to the redistribution issue. I mean,
What is the redistribution issue? Do you do know that retirement money is redistribution? You do know that, right?
we pay 65% of our income at, say, upper middle class to upper middle class level in Canada.
Okay.
It isn't obvious to me at all that that money is well used. In fact, quite the contrary. In my country now, our
So the problem obviously is not fixing the way the money is used. Obviously, the thing to do is to just do away with taxes entirely, because that is the reasonable thing to do, of course.
citizens make 60% of, they produce 60% of what you produce in the US. That's plummeted over the last 20 years as state intervention has increased. I'm not convinced that the claim that the interests of people who lack opportunity are best served by state intervention. And there's a couple of reasons for that. I mean, first of all, I'm aware of the relationship between inequality and social problem. There's a very well-developed literature on that, and it essentially shows that
Perfect.
the more arbitrary, the broader the reach of inequality in a political institution of any given size, the more social unrest. So where all people are poor, there isn't much social unrest, and where all people are rich, there isn't much social unrest. But when there's a big gap between the two, there's plenty, and that's mostly driven by disaffected young men who aren't very happy that they can't climb the hierarchy. There are barriers in their way. And so there is reason to ameliorate relative poverty. The problem with that, to some degree, is that most attempts to ameliorate relative poverty tend to increase absolute poverty, and they do it dramatically. And the only solution that we've ever been able to develop to that is something approximating a free market system. I wouldn't call it a capitalist system because I think that's capture of the terminology by the radical leftists. It's a free exchange system. And the price you pay for a free exchange system is you still have inequality, but the advantage you gain is that the absolute levels of privation plummet. And I think the data on that I think they're absolutely conclusive, especially, and that's been especially demonstrated in the radical decrease in rates of poverty since the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1989, because we've lifted more people out of poverty in the last 4 decades than we had in the entire course of human history up to that date. And that's not least because the statist
Wait,
interventionist types.
Hold on, Tiger. Hold on. But the poverty was in many places caused by the shock therapy after the fall of the Soviet Union. That is what caused the poverty, the radical shift to the free market, to the capitalist model, like deleting a lot of jobs because they are not profitable, etc. A lot of people just being... There are sectors in Poland that are still sort of in trouble ever since then, ever since the 90s. Some of them are still in trouble from that period. So, yeah, sure, it has lifted a lot of people, but a lot of people are sort of still screwed to this day. So, you know, it's a little bit more complicated than that, I would say, when it comes to the Eastern Bloc, Soviet Union, etc. A lot of people in Russia are complaining that they used to have it better during the Soviet Union, don't they? This whole Soviet nostalgia thing. In fact, in Poland, some people have this weird nostalgia for the old system because they feel like they had it better then. So that is a discussion, I guess.
Who argued for a radical state-sponsored redistribution lost the Cold War, right? And that freed up Africa to some degree, and certainly the Southeast Asian countries, to pursue something like a free trade, to some degree redistribution. Interventionist types who argued for a radical state-sponsored redistribution lost the Cold War.
That is, it's Jordan Peterson saying that the USSR lost the Cold War because of social programs, because of social redistribution of money, because of free healthcare, because of... Are you kidding me? Oh, so that's why the USSR collapsed. Social programs. Why didn't I think of that before? How silly. How silly of me. I guess all those countries that exist now do perfectly fine and have robust social programs. I guess they are just on their way to collapse. All those silly countries with free healthcare. This is so silly. Ah, yes. Thing. Because the Soviet Union... Because Vietnam totally is not more in the sphere of China than the Soviet Union. Okay. Is that a government responsibility to maintain an economy they deemed healthy, an economy of competition? It's just... What is this? Ah, yeah, that's true. Exclaiming that the USSR lost
free exchange, but it's also an argument, twofold argument, pointing out how we ameliorate absolute poverty, which should be a concern for leftists, but doesn't seem to be anymore, by the way, and also an argument for the maintenance of a necessary inequality. Like, I'm not sure that inequality can be decreased beyond a certain degree without that decrease causing other serious problems.
Like what?
And we can talk about that, but, but it's a complicated problem.
Yeah, for one point of clarification, when you say leftist, what do you mean by that?
Well,
what do you mean
I was
by
going
that,
with your
Destiny?
definition, like essentially the core idea being something like the central problem being one of relative inequality in distribution of resources, and the central solution to that being something like state-sponsored economic intervention. I mean, there's other ways we could define left and right, and we can do that, but, I'll stick with the one that you brought forward to begin with.
Gotcha. Okay. I only want to be clear on that because because people get mad if I call myself a leftist. Oftentimes online or
Wow.
especially in Europe or worldwide, leftists will refer exclusively
why.
to like socialists or communists, and anybody to the right of that would be considered like a liberal if you
No,
believe, like, in
usually a
private property.
fascist.
Well,
What?
depending on who you're
Very
talking to, yeah.
rapidly.
Yeah, I just wanted to be clear on that. So I'm absolutely a pro-capitalist, pro-free market guy. I'm not. I'm never gonna.
Okay, okay,
Yeah, yeah.
okay, okay,
Okay,
okay. Well, that's
okay.
good. It's good to get that clear. Why?
Yeah. Because I would argue that when you look at like the fall of the Soviet Union, or you look at the failure of like socialist or communist regimes, I don't know if the issue there was so much redistribution. I think the problem.
That was one of many issues.
I don't think it was an issue at all. Actually, I would say I think the issue was command
Wait a
economies.
minute, wait
Yeah,
a
go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Destiny. Oh my God. I give credit where credit is due, saying that the Soviet Union fell because of the redistribution of funds, because of social programs, is the stupidest thing that I have heard all day and probably all night. I don't think I'm gonna hear anything more stupid. I don't think there's gonna. I think that's the peak stupidity. I don't think I'm gonna hear anything more stupid tonight. I think that ship has sailed and it's too late.
A minute. What do you mean redistribution wasn't an issue? What the hell do you think they did to the kulaks? That was forced redistribution. It resulted in the death of 6 million people. So maybe I'm not
That is not redistribution, you idiot. What collectivization? That was redistribution in Jordan Peterson's mind. Do you know what collectivization was? Do you know? I'm gonna explain what collectivization was. Collectivization was the one that Stalin has engineered, was taking farms away from all peasants, making it the property of the state that the peasants could work on, and nothing belonged to the peasants. Nothing at all. Everything belonged to the state, and basically peasants were just allowed to work on the government's property and allowed to use the government's machinery, allowed to... In fact, the food itself was deemed to be government's property, which became a big part of the Holodomor and the confiscation of food. Because at some point, because the food was government property, owning food became a crime because it became stealing from the government. Jesus Christ, how is that redistribution to whom? The government? What? Did I hear what they did to the kulaks? They did not do redistribution, that's for sure. Wow. That is... Wow. Okay. Yeah. Jordan Peterson is not a historian. What is Destiny gonna say to that? Does Destiny even know what collectivization was? Now I'm really curious as to what his response to it is gonna be. He's been Wikipediaing Israel, Palestine for a long time, so I'm not sure if he's gonna know. Is he gonna know? Does he know? We'll see. Okay, let's go.
understanding what you mean, but that was redistribution at its like pinnacle.
Sure.
And forced redistribution.
No!
And it was brutal.
When I think of the strengths of capitalism, the ability for
What was redistributive about collectivization? Are you joking? They're mind blown. Yes, the redistribution of the collectivization project. Oof. Why? And of course Destiny had nothing to say, because he obviously has no clue what collectivization is, or was. Of course he's not gonna comment, because he just has no clue. Well, you've been to work, so that's, you know.
Markets to dynamically respond to shifting consumer demand is like the reason why capitalism and free market economies dominate the world. When you've got socialist or communist systems, command economies where a government is trying to say, this is how much this is going to cost, this is how much you're going to produce and make. This is a failed way of managing a state economy. Even in places where they still do it, there are always shadow economies and stuff. There were in the Soviet Union that prop up where people try to basically ameliorate the conditions that are resulting from said horrible command economy practices. So I guess in a way you could argue a command economy is kind of like redistribution. It's a form of it, but
No, it's a
No.
worse problem. If
Yeah.
you're pointing to the fact that that's a worse problem, I'm with you
I would say that's
100%.
definitely the reason why these places failed, because they just weren't able to respond to changing
Okay,
conditions.
so what's
Well, now I have confirmation. Destiny has no clue what collectivization was. Thank you. Thank you, Destiny. Technically speaking, you could have collectivization without the government dictating how much a thing should cost. You could have collectivization, you could have the farmers working on collectivized farms, but still the USSR would just sell the thing by the market price, etc. Those things do not have to be. It's true.
what's the difference between us?
Going online without ExpressVPN is like leaving your kids with the nearest stranger
Oh, Jesus Christ.
while you ever
Are you serious?
Country contribute to foster equality. So what's
VPN
the difference between a state that attempts to redistribute to foster equality of opportunity and a command economy? Is it a difference of degree? Like, are you looking at models, let's say like the Scandinavian countries? Or I wouldn't use Canada, by the way, because Canada is now what would you call predicted by economic analysts to have the worst performing economy for the next 4 decades.
Okay, got it. So Jordan Peterson has no clue what redistribution is. Because command economy has nothing to do with redistribution. I'm sorry, but the government dictating prices, dictating things like, what does that have to do with redistribution? What does that have to do with social programs? Is Jordan Peterson seriously asking, hey, what is the difference between the government ordering that grain should cost this and this, and the government creating a social program for the homeless? What is the difference here, really? There's no differences there. Like, is Destiny not gonna say anything to that? Is Destiny just gonna sit there and be like, or of course, or I mean, I haven't heard the answer yet, so I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I won't be disappointed, like I was with the whole collectivization thing. That was disappointing. Oh, by the way, the government dictates prices leads to problems. Also, a bit of a brain that take actually, because it does depend, but that's a whole different story. The point that I'm making is that it's redistribution. I mean, there are things that you do need to regulate prices on. I'll be right back. Okay? I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. In fact, get more people in here. This is a hot debate, so you should be excited to watch it with me. No? Okay, there we go. I'm back to tell you there is absolutely at least one thing that I personally think, that the government should in fact regulate prices on. And that is, hold on to your hats, because in the US that might seem like a wild concept. Life-saving medicine. The government should definitely regulate the prices of life-saving medicine. That should definitely not be just left to the free market. Okay? It should not be like, oh, the medicine that if you don't take it, you'll just die. That costs $15,000. You know, because it's rare medicine and the market has regulated that it costs a lot. You can't afford it? Well, I guess you'll die. Come on. That's, you know. Like the medicine thing is like the most obvious case. Like the medicine thing is just the most obvious case of why of needing regulation. Also, by the way, subsidies to the farming sector is a form of redistribution. Is Jordan Peterson saying that's wrong? Subsidizing the farming sector, is that wrong as well? I guess it is. I guess it is. It's nice. Cool. Cool story. This is great.
Of all the developed world. So maybe we'll just leave the example of Canada off the table.
Sure.
Scandinavian countries are often the polities that are pointed to by, I would say, by people
Leftists.
who, at least in part, are putting forward a view of redistribution for purposes of equality of opportunity like you are. But they're a strange analogy because they're very...
And look at how miserable those countries are, truly. Truly miserable countries that are on the way to collapse.
Small countries, and up till now they were very ethnically homogenous.
Yeah.
Exactly, and that makes a big difference when you're trying to flatten out the redistribution. Plus, they are...
What the fuck does that have to do with anything? Oh yes, the Scandinavian countries, you know, in those countries redistribution actually works because those countries are mostly white. Oh, what are you talking about? You're an idiot. A lot of those countries that you've said lost the Cold War were actually also ethnically homogenous in the way that you speak about it. And yet you consider them a failure. So I guess that was just a little bit of, I don't know what. I'm not even gonna comment on that little bit you did. Oh, those countries, they're ethnically homogenous and that just helps the redistribution work. What? It's sure thing, bro. And this is why things like that just cannot work in the US or Canada, because those countries are tainted with not being homo-ethnic. Let's see how much Destiny sink into the ethno-nationalist arguments. Will he push back or embrace his friends' views? Friends who like Lawrence Southern and Fuentes. Like, what the hell? What does that have to do with anything? Like, seriously, what does that have to do with... Okay, let's listen, because that was ridiculous.
also incredibly wealthy, which makes, redistribution, let's say, a lot easier. So,
oh yeah, because the US is such a poor country. Oh God, the US is such a poor country that it could never afford redistribution, could it? as we all know, the US, the United States of America, are just a poor little country, a third world country that could not possibly be able to afford social programs. What is he arguing, that the Scandinavian countries are richer than the US then? Well, again, the US might be rich, but at least, it's not homoethnic.
So why doesn't a government that's bent on redistribution fall prey to the pitfalls of command economy and forced redistribution, for that matter? How do you,
I have an answer to that, because those things have nothing to do with one another. Because those things have absolutely nothing to do with one another. Social programs existed before command economy, and social programs did not create command economy. They're not products of one another. They're not even directly related. This is idiotic. This is just... You might as well ask, oh, if a country has taxes, then why doesn't that country fall into the trap of command economy?
how do you protect against that?
I think what you have to do is very, very, very difficult. Is people get very ideologically captured by both ends, and they feel very, I guess, like committed, or they feel very allegiant to pushing certain forms of economic organization. And I think sometimes it blinds them to some
Social programs have nothing to do with command economy. Do you know what command economy is?
the benefits of what exists when you incorporate kind of multiple models, or I mean, you'd call them mixed economies, which is really what every capitalist economy today is. It's some form of free market capitalism combined with some form of like government intervention to control for negative externalities. These are the ways that all economies, even in Scandinavia and the world, work. And I think that recognizing the benefits of both systems are the best way to make things work. Yeah.
Fair enough. And the Scandinavian countries seem to have done a pretty good job of that. But like I said, they have a simpler problem to solve, let's say, than the Americans have. Negative externalities. That's an interesting rabbit hole to wander down, because the problem I have with negative externalities, you made a case already that, and again, correct me if I've got this wrong, but I think that I understood what you said. A free market, free exchange economy is a gigantic distributed computational device.
Basically, yeah.
Right, exactly.
Which, funnily enough, one of the big problems for command economies is called the computation problem, because no central body can actually compute, the ins and outs of...
Right, exactly. Right, that's a fatal problem, right? Because it doesn't have the computational power. It certainly doesn't have the speed of data recognition. It doesn't have the on-the-ground agents if all of the perception and decision-making is centralized, right? It's
Well, that's because when it comes to regulating prices for certain things, and that is the main flaw of those who criticize it, by the way, that is because the profit motive is sort of thrown away in this instance. When we talk about regulating prices of medicine, of certain types of goods, like that is done for sort of, there's a higher good, there's a different motive that is taken into consideration, rather than that thing ending up being profitable. So those calculations get thrown out the window. The problem, or rather the question becomes, can this person that needs this medicine afford it to live? And if not, we subsidize it and make the price really low for this person so that this person can get this medicine. We can afford to do this. We have sort of systems that allows us to do this, and we can regulate the price in this way. And in that sense, the whole topic of profitability is thrown out the window, because that's not the main issue that is being taken into consideration. The issue is whether or not the person that needs the medicine can get it.
too low resolution. It's going to crash. Okay, so, and I think that that's comprehensible technically as well as ideologically. All right, so, but having said that, with regards to externalities, all the externalities that a market economy can't compute are so complex that they can't be determined centrally by the same argument. And
There
so,
are ways to account for them, though,
really,
that work with.
tell me
Yeah.
how. Because
So
I can't see that. Because I can't see how that they can be accounted for.
I mean, no offense, Dr. Peterson, but you're not exactly an economist, so I would not be surprised if you couldn't see many things.
Without the same computational problem immediately arising.
Yeah, and I understand that. And I think that's a problem sometimes of people very far on the left when they want to deal with certain problems. I think that they want to bring like heavy-handed, like things like price controls in to say, well, we need less of this, so let's just make this cost this particular thing, which ironically enough introduces a whole other set of externalities that will happen when you get a lot of friction between where your price floor or ceiling is set compared to what a market was set at. But ideally, if you're a reasonable person and you view economies as mixed economies, what you try to do is you try to take these externalities, meaning things that aren't accounted for with your primary system. So in a capitalist system, an externality might be something that causes a negative effect, but it doesn't cost you any money. Pollution would be a good example of that. And rather than saying like, well, no company can pollute this much, or, if you're a company, you have to use these things because the other things are making too much pollution, all you do is you say, okay, well, if we've determined that, say, carbon is bad for the atmosphere, well, we're just going to attach a little price to that. The government is going to say that, yeah, if you pollute this much, here's the price. And then if you want to pay for it, you can. But that type of intervention in the economy basically allows the free market to hopefully do its job because the government has tacked on a little bit of a price something that tries to account for the cost of that externality. Yeah.
Great. That's a great example. We can go right down that rabbit hole. Carbon. Okay, so first of all, one of the things I've seen, you tell me what you think about this, something that I've seen that actually shocks me, that I was interested in watching over the last 5 or 6 years. I wondered what would happen when the left, the progressives, ran into a conundrum. And the conundrum is quite straightforward. If you pursue carbon pricing and you make energy more expensive, then you hurt the poor. And I don't think you just hurt them. In fact, I know you just don't hurt them. I heard a man 2 days ago who's fed 350 million people in the course of his life, heading the UN's largest relief agency, make the claim quite straightforwardly that misappropriation on the part of interventionist governments increased the rate of absolute privation dramatically in the world over the last 4 or 5 years. And that has happened not least because of carbon pricing, not just carbon pricing, but the insistence that carbon per se is an externality that we should control. Now, Germany's paid a radical price for that, for example. So their power is now about 5 times as expensive as it could be. And they pollute more per unit of power than they did 10 years ago before they introduced these policies that were hypothetically there to account for externality. And the externality was carbon dioxide. I don't think that's a computable externality. And I don't think there's any evidence whatsoever that it's actually an externality that we should be warping the economic system to ameliorate if the cost of that, and it will be an increase in absolute privation among the world's poor. So, and here's an additional argument on that front with regards to externalities. You get that wrong, and here's something you could get right instead. If you ameliorate absolute poverty among...
But the whole... What? But reducing CO2 is not an economic problem. It's the problem of the planet literally dying because of the global warming. I knew that the Green Order would come up some way. I had a feeling that the Green Order would come up. I guess Jordan Peterson is showing his hand as a real Polish farmer type or European farmer type that say that the Green Order is bad and that reducing CO2 is just a stupid idea. Wasn't Germany really dependent on Russian gas? Wasn't that a little bit of a problem? Wasn't that a little bit of an issue that could have been, calculated, as they put it? Silly.
the world's 1 billion poorest, they take a longer view of the future. And that means they become environmentally aware. And so the fastest route to a sustainable planet could well be the remediation of absolute poverty. And the best route to that is cheap energy. And we're interfering with the development of cheap energy by meddling with the hypothetically detrimental externality of carbon dioxide. And so
It is detrimental.
I think this is a complete bloody travesty, by the way. We are putting the lives of hundreds of millions of people directly at risk right now to hypothetically save people in the future, depending on the accuracy of our projections 100 years out. And these interventionists, these people who are remediating externalities, they actually believe that they can calculate an economic projection.
I knew this was I knew this is where it was going. I knew somehow in some bizarre way this conversation would get to the Green Order. I don't know why, I don't know how, but I knew in my heart, I knew in my soul that Jordan Peterson would touch upon the topic of the Green Order, of how that pesky European Union is telling the farmers to keep some land intact so it can regenerate between, seasons, so that those pesky farmers should not use certain types of chemicals for their crops, that those pesky farmers should try to reduce CO2 production. Damn. And while I do agree that the implementation of the Green Order is not perfect by any means, I also have to note that it is ridiculous to say that the implementation of the Green Order creates mass poverty and at all creates mass poverty. Because there are ways to sort of work around these things, which include subsidies, again, redistribution that Jordan Peterson hates so much, He doesn't even explain how the Green Order would create this mass poverty that he speaks of. Because yes, I know very well that he is speaking of the Green Order here. There is nothing else that he could be talking about when he's discussing trying to reduce CO2, etc. There's nothing with Germany. And this isn't just Germany, this is something that is European Union wide. And of course there's nuclear power, but
century out. That's utterly delusional.
So, okay, so just to be clear, the first thing, I was just giving an example of how you can use like a government intervention to make a free market track something, which is what cap and trade or like carbon taxes would do.
Do they really want to discuss the Green Order, Destiny, and Jordan Peterson? The topic that I know 100% none of them know nothing about. Like, Destiny would be very wise to get off the topic of the Green Order pronto. Because I know for a fact that Destiny probably doesn't even know what the Green Order is. Like, I'm very sure that he has no clue what the Green Order even is. I would bet money on that. I would bet money that, okay, maybe now he knows, but I'm willing to bet money that as this debate / conversation was happening, Destiny had no idea what Jordan Peterson was even talking about and what the Green Order was. I will bet money. Okay? Is anybody willing to make a bet with me about that?
I wasn't necessarily speaking to the strength of that individual thing, but
but that's a good thing to focus on.
Yeah, we can focus on that as well.
Major externality.
Yeah, we can focus on that as well. So the first thing
of that individual saying, okay, I guess I got confirmation. I guess I win this bet. I guess I win this bet. There we have it.
This is going to sound mean, but I'm very realistic. There needs to be a better argument than just it disproportionately impacts the poor. That's not
That's
always
a classic leftist argument.
It might be, but
But it's the same argument you made to justify your
Okay, make your case. How does the Green Order, as badly as it's implemented, disproportionately target the poor? Who are the poor that are targeted by the Green Order, of all things? I can understand saying that it can target the farmers, but farmers make up like just a few percent of the population. How does the Green Order just... How? How does the Green Order affect the poor? I just don't see the connect. Maybe I don't know enough about the Green Order to make that connection. Explain it to me, Jordan Peterson, because you seem to be the expert on the European Union policy when it comes to farming and ecology. That is so bizarre. From two protests, one of which I got gassed and hit with a ball on the face, to, I don't know, to Jordan Peterson representing the plight of the Polish farmer and the evils of the Green Order. I did not see that coming exactly when we started this video, but here we are.
your swing to the left at the beginning of our discussion. You said that you were looking at economic inequalities that disproportionately affected the poor. So I can't see why, and I'm not trying to be mean about this either. I can't see why you could base your argument that it was morally appropriate for you to swing to the left from your...
Destiny, why can't we just discuss this thing that none of us have anything, that none of us know anything about? What's wrong, Destiny? Oh boy.
Previous position because you saw disproportionate effects on the poor, and I can't use that argument in the situation that I'm presenting it right now.
No, you can't. What is the disproportional effect on the poor? Who are the poor? What policy of the Green Order affects those poor? Like, I need answers to those questions before this conversation even moves forward. Destiny doesn't even know what you're talking about. And you're trying to... I don't know. I don't know what you're trying to do. Amazing.
Because it depends on if we think it's a condition that ought to be remedied or not. For instance, if I walk, around and I see homeless people and I'm like, man, this is really sad. We ought to spend more money on homeless people because it seems like they're disproportionately affected by their living conditions. And then somebody says, oh, well, do you think we should still lock up, rapists and murderers? Aren't they disproportionately poor? I'd probably say, well, yeah, we probably should. And I go, well, isn't that hypocritical? Well, no, I think that rapists and murderers should probably be in jail, but we can also help the homeless at the same time. I think that just helping the poor isn't an argument like a blank check to do every possible thing to satisfy poorer people.
Right,
it's going to depend on from issue to issue.
That's fine.
So, like, for instance,
that's
I think
because the poor, everyone who's poor is not a victim. Some people who are poor are psychopathic perpetrators.
Sure.
And it's very useful to distinguish them. But I was making a much more specific argument. My argument was that the fastest way out of absolute privation for the world's bottom billion people is through cheap energy.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying there. So I just working my way towards that. I just want to say that just because something targets the poor is not necessarily an argument against it.
Depends on how hard it targets them, and it depends on whether mass starvation is the outcome.
The outcome is important. That I agree with. So, for instance, like a sin tax.
The outcome will be mass starvation.
I'm getting to it. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting to it. Okay. Sin taxes on like cigarettes and alcohol are always going to disproportionately.
Yes, it's basically the... What are we talking about now? Is he blaming the Green Order on problems with energy? That is... wow. Jordan Peterson literally would fit right in on the protest of the farmers in Poland. He could be a leader of the protests with the stupid things that he's saying. Mass starvation. Okay, Jordan Peterson.
proportionally impact the poor, or even sugar, we might say, right? But just because that disproportionately impacts the poor, is that a good thing or a bad thing? These are probably the people that suffer the most from those particular afflictions, right?
Right.
So,
And that is an
tax that
immediate
targets-
versus delayed
It
issue
is.
too, right? Because the reason,
Is it immediate? I mean, obesity isn't immediate. I don't think alcoholism
the reason
is.
for the tax is to stop people from pursuing a certain form of short-term gratification at the cost
sure.
of their longer-term well-being.
Correct. And that exact same idea, if you believe climate models, or if you believe that we're heading in a certain direction in terms of climate, the overall warming of the planet, would be the same argument you would make for climate change.
Only if you believe that you could model economic development 100 years into the future.
Well, we're not trying to model. We're more concerned with modeling climate development, than economic development.
We're
Yes,
equally
absolutely.
well. Okay, tell me how I'm wrong. I don't believe that, because what I see happening is two things. We have climate models that purport to explain what's going to happen over a century on the climate side, but we have economic models layered right on top of those that claim that there's going to be various forms of disaster for human beings economically as a consequence of that climate change.
Yes.
And so that's like two towers of Babel stacked on top of one.
Are you kidding me, Jordan Peterson? Yes. Imagine that. Imagine whole areas of the planet becoming unlivable will have economic consequences. What a shocking revelation. How bizarre. How is it possible that a huge refugee crisis that will be the effect of the fact that people won't be able to live in certain places in the world could create economic effects? Wow. That is such a weird prediction. That is such a weird prediction to make. Jordan Peterson, the genius. Wow. I wasn't sure where he was going with the whole economical model, but that is the most obvious thing in the world. If the climate is going to hell and certain places are just becoming unlivable for people, then they will move, and that will obviously create an economical effect. Like, is Jordan Peterson here gonna dispute that? Is this gonna be a thing that Jordan Peterson is gonna say is not true? For example, the whole Arab Spring was partly caused by such an environmental impact, plus how food prices had been speculated in the global market. Like, what is he trying to say here? That it's just bullshit to say that global warming will have effect on economy?
One another. And so, because if people were just saying, oh, the climate's going to change, there'd be no moral impetus in that. It's the climate's going to change and that's going to be disastrous for the biosphere and for humanity. But that's an economic argument as well as a climate-based argument.
Sure.
It's both, but the worst projections of what would happen if the climate took a disastrous turn are worse than the worst projections of what is our planet going to look like economically if we hardcore police,
Right.
fossil
But why
fuels.
would you? Okay, but
So
I don't understand the
the
distinction
Well, the
between the models.
Well, the argument would be that
Exactly.
whatever pain and suffering poor people might endure right now because of a move towards green energy, that pain and suffering is going to be short-term and far less than the long-term pain and suffering.
Right, but
that
that's
comes along
dependent
with-
on the integrity of the economic models and
the climate models as well, right?
Right, exactly,
Of course,
but is in exactly the stacked manner that I described. And like, there's nobody in 1890 who could have predicted what was going to happen in 1990 economically. Not a bit. Not a
Okay.
bit. And if we think we can predict like 50 years out now with the current rate of technology and calculate the potential impact of climate change on economic flourishing for human beings, we're deluded. No one can do that. And then, it's worse. So
I'm sorry, Jordan Peterson's just an idiot. Like, this, I can't believe what I'm hearing here. What the fuck is he talking about? What is Jordan Peterson just saying that we cannot predict that humanity won't spontaneously just, I don't know, invent a technology that will fix global warming? Is that what he's trying to hint at here? Because if not, say of that, we're already starting to see certain places just reaching unlivable sort of levels. So we already have huge movements of people. There's already an economic effect. So what is Jordan Peterson actually talking about here? It's not a prediction. It's actually not a prediction of 50 years into the future. It's just a prediction of a worsening of a trend that we're observing now. Jordan Peterson, the great.
Imagine that as you do that and you project outward, your margin of error increases. That's absolutely, definitely the case. And at some point, you're certainly on the climate side, the margin.
Is Destiny really so out of his depth that he's not gonna respond anything to this? Is he really so out of his depth when it comes to this conversation? He's just gonna be helpless. Is Destiny really gonna be so helpless here? He's just gonna be like, oh no, I have nothing to say. There's nothing I can say. There's nothing I can do. How unfortunate. I wish I could say something, but there's nothing I can do. Is this really what's gonna happen here?
Of error gets rapidly to the point where it subsumes any estimate of the degree to which the climate is going to transform. And that happens even more rapidly on the economic side.
Potentially, but right now, I think right now, this is a disagreement on the fact of the matter, though, not the philosophy of what we're talking about in terms of controlling externalities. If we think, I'm curious, let's say that we think we can accurately predict the climate and the economic impact, and we think that the climate impact would be far worse if we don't account for that, both in terms of human conditions
I don't believe any of those presumptions. I think
but then if you don't, but I mean, like, obviously,
okay, so Jordan Peterson is just, basically doing a projection of his global warming denialism. But I'm sorry, global warming is a well-documented phenomenon. You can cope about it all you want. You cannot believe these predictions, but they're already happening. So I'm sorry, all you're saying is that you're an idiot, basically. That's all you're saying, Jordan Peterson.
I agreed with that factual analysis, I would probably agree with you on the prescription here too, right? And I thought that like none of the climate models were accurate or couldn't accurately predict anything, then I'd also say why make...
Well, they're not sufficiently accurate.
How do you know?
That's the first thing. And because they have a margin of error, and it's a large margin of error. They don't even model cloud coverage well. That's a big problem. They don't have the resolution. They don't have nearly the resolution to produce the accuracy that's claimed by the climate apocalypse mongers.
People keep saying that, but we just got another one of the hottest years on record. How many times are we going to have another hottest year on record? How many times are we going to have an increase of carbon?
Okay, so Jordan Peterson just doesn't believe that global warming is a thing. Good to know. Like, Jordan Peterson is just a science denier, and based on his denialism of basic science, he claims that we cannot possibly predict what the outcome of global warming will be, because he just doesn't think that it's a thing. So of course he's gonna say that there is no prediction to be made here, even though we are already experiencing the effects, both climate-wise and economy-wise. It's just that Jordan Peterson is rich enough to be isolated from it all.
Carbon dioxide concentration in the atmosphere before we're finally like, okay.
I don't know. And the reason I don't know is because it depends. The scientific answer to that question depends precisely on the time frame over which you evaluate the climate fluctuation. And that's actually an intractable scientific problem. So you might...
There we go, the classic argument of denialists. Oh, but the climate got higher. The temperature got higher and lower throughout the cycle of the Earth.
Say, well, if you take the last 100 years, this variation looks pretty dismal. Classic. And I'd say, well, what if you took the last 150,000 years? Classic. Or the last 10,000 or the last 10 million? You can't specify the
No,
damn
no,
time
no,
frame
no.
of
That's
analysis.
the time frame is incredibly important. That would be like saying, look at your, let's say somebody developed cancer and they didn't realize it, and the person has lost, 40 or 50 pounds in the past 6 months, and I'm just like, you look very sickly. And you're like, okay, well, look at my weight fluctuation over the past 10 years. He's like, well, that doesn't really matter. What matters
I'm
is the
not
fact that
saying
in
the
past
time
6
frame
months.
isn't important.
Well, but I'm saying that,
that
like,
it is important.
Yeah,
I'm
but
just
no.
saying I don't know how to specify it.
Well, you would probably specify it with the beginning of the industrial age, right?
Why?
Because that's when carbon dioxide, which is a gas that's seen as
Because
trapping.
that is why Jordan Peterson's an idiot. That is where the CO2 peaked. Well, not peaked, but highly increased.
More heat on the
Why
planet
is that
begins
relevant to the time over which you compute the variability?
because it seems like as carbon dioxide has increased in the atmosphere, the surface temperatures have
God.
risen at a rate that is a departure from what we'd expect over 150,000 year cycles of temperature variations on the
No,
planet.
not with that time frame. That's
Absolutely.
just not the case.
It's absolutely the case.
No, what do you mean? You just flipped to 150,000 year time span.
What I'm
So-
saying is that if we expect to see a temperature do this in a 150,000 year time span, in a 100 years time span, seeing it do this, that's very worrying. Now,
I
it
mean,
could be
like
the
Michael
case.
Mann's hockey stick, the one that's under attack right now in court by a major statistician who claimed that he falsified his data. I mean, that spike?
I'm talking about the record temperatures that are declared, that have been declared for like the past 5 years, that have also increased with the concentration of parts per million of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. I mean, I'm not going to tell you that every model is perfect.
They're
but
not
right now,
perfect.
sure, but right now we're like standing in traffic with our eyes closed, saying the car hasn't hit me yet, so I don't think there's any coming. I think it's pretty undeniable at this point that there is an impact on climate across the planet. I just
I
don't
think
know.
that's highly deniable. We have no idea.
How cute that anyone expects Jordan Peterson to care. How cute. Wow. I'm really hoping that at least on this front, Destiny will have something to say. That Destiny will be able to push back on a global warming denier. I expect that Destiny has debated a lot of those, no? But does he have any arguments?
What the impact is from. We don't know where the carbon dioxide is from. We can't measure the warming
What?
of the oceans. We have terrible temperature records going back 100 years. Almost all the terrestrial temperature detection sites
I'm sorry.
were first put outside urban areas, and then
And then cities,
and then
and
you
then
have
you
to
want-
correct. Then you have to correct for the movement of the urban areas, and then you introduce an error parameter.
Is he serious? Is he seriously saying with a straight face, we don't know where the CO2 is coming from? Is that a real serious take that Destiny is going to take seriously? When Jordan Peterson says with a straight face, we don't know where the CO2 is coming from. Like, I could sort of understand Destiny not being able to fact check bullshit claims on the go. But this one, we don't know where the CO2 is coming from. He is pushing back, yeah. Like, that is the most bullshit claim I've heard out of the whole time frame, 150,000 years. That has got to be the biggest bullshit claim of this whole thing. We don't know where the CO2 is coming from. Seriously? Actually, it's from the cows, which ironically enough is true. A lot of the CO2 does come from the cows from the meat industry, but that's a whole different topic. We can pinpoint where the CO2 is coming from. Like, come on. At this point, Jordan Peterson is just a science denier. This is ridiculous. "150,000 years ago, we had no civilization globally that's so vulnerable of global trade, which all depends on climate change." True. I mean, not that you know of. Maybe there was some, maybe there was a secret civilization of aliens that is being kept secret from you. You don't know, Karasu. You have no idea. You can't know. as Jordan Peterson would say. If we don't know where the CO2 comes from to the atmosphere, then we might as well say that we don't know if there wasn't a secret civilization 150,000 years ago that you're just not being told about. It's basically the same level of analysis at this point.
That's larger than the purported increase in temperature that you're planning to measure. This isn't data. This is guess. And there's something weird underneath it. There's something weird that isn't oriented well towards human beings underneath it. It has this guise of compassion. Oh, we're going to save the poor in the future. It's like that's what the bloody communists said. And they killed a lot of people doing it. And we're walking down that same road now with this insistence that, you know, we're so compassionate that we care about the poor 100 years from now. And if we have to wipe out several 100 million of them now, well, that's a small price to pay for the...
Yeah, except that was never even the rationale of the Communist Party when they did the Great Purge. Jordan Peterson. So again, you're an idiot. Not only don't you know what global warming is, you don't know what redistribution is, you don't even know what the Great Terror is. As a big opponent of communism, shouldn't you know at least what the Great Terror was? You know, the thing that was directed at the evil kulaks, the evil spies, the evil traitors, you know, the thing that had absolutely nothing to do with saving any poor people in the future. It's so great to listen to Jordan Peterson. Because you realize that the only people that would buy his bullshit are people that have no idea what the things that he is talking about are. What does the Great Terror have to do with saving any people in the future? Nothing. Because it was a program that was targeted at the enemies of the state, quote unquote, not at saving some poor people.
Future utopia. And we've heard that sort of thing before. And the alternative to that is to stop having global level elites plot out.
This is why people like Jordan Peterson are dangerous, because they can spout bullshit that Peterson knows that nobody knows anything about. And I'm actually curious, I'm actually skeptical if Jordan Peterson himself knows what the Great Terror was. And I'm just gonna see right now if Destiny knows what the Great Terror was, and if he's calmly just gonna say, but this event had nothing to do with saving any hypothetical poor people in the future. Is he gonna say that, or is he just gonna move past it as fast as possible because he has no clue about it? Because the big critics of the Soviet Union, as it actually happens, know nothing about it. The biggest commentators on how the Soviet Union failed, on how it collapsed because of social programs, have zero knowledge on what the Soviet Union actually did and what was the rationale. They just know, oh, the Soviet Union killed a bunch of people. It must have been to save poor people in the hypothetical future. This is so stupid.
A utopian future, or even an anti-dystopian future. And that's exactly what's happening now with organizations like the WEF. And if this wasn't immediately impacting the poor in a devastating manner, I wouldn't care about it that much, but it is. You know, I watched over the course of the last 5 years, the estimates of the number of people who were in serious danger of food privation rise from about 100 million to about 350 million. That's a major price to pay for a little bit of, what would you say, for for progress on the climate front that's so narrow it can't even be measured.
I don't think they
You know what creates a bigger food insecurity than, trying to reduce CO2? You know what actually creates a far bigger food crisis around the world? War in Ukraine. You idiot. The country that's at this point, it's fair to say, the breadbasket of the world. Not just Europe, but the world. I think that is a little bit of a bigger issue. Things surrounding Ukraine. But I might be wrong. Russia trying to disturb Ukraine being able to facilitate bringing grain to all parts of the world, to Africa. That feels like a bigger problem of food insecurity than, trying to prevent the world from ending due to global warming. But Jordan Peterson has his priorities straight. Oh God.
the increase in hungry people in the planet is because of climate policies.
Why not?
Because I don't think that countries in Africa are being pushed away from fossil fuels. I think most developing
Of course
nations
they are. They can't even get loans from the World Bank to pursue fossil fuel development. And there's plenty of African leaders who are screeching at the top of their lungs about that because the elites in the West have decided that, well, it was okay for us to use fossil fuel so that we wouldn't have to starve to death and our children had some opportunities. But maybe the starving masses that are too large a load for the world anyways shouldn't have that opportunity. And that's direct policy from the UN, fostered by organizations like the WEF. They're going to have to turn to renewables. Yeah, well, good luck with that, because renewables have no energy density. Besides that, they're not renewable and they're not environmentally friendly. And then one more thing. There's one more weird thing underneath all of this.
Okay.
Well, let's say if carbon dioxide was actually your bugbear and it was genuine. Well, then why wouldn't the...
What is Jordan Peterson even talking? I swear he's talking like a farmer from the protest. This is ridiculous. I'm sorry. He's no clue what he's talking about. He's basically just taking the position of Polish farmers. Oh, we've been farming the soil for hundreds of years. We just know what we're doing. CO2? Oh, SHMEO2. You're gonna tell us what to do? Are you telling us what to do? This is so stupid.
The Greens, for example, in Africa, the progressives, be agitating to expand the use of nuclear?
Yes, the progressive are the deciding factor on what's going on in Africa. The progressive, the far left. The far left controls Africa. Yes, Jordan Peterson, that is absolutely correct. The African continent is being controlled by the far left communists.
Energy, especially because Germany has to import it anyways, especially because France has demonstrated that it's possible. We could drive down the cost of energy with low-cost nuclear, and there'd be no carbon production. And then the poor people would have something to eat because they'd have enough energy. And that isn't what's happening. And that's one of the things that makes me...
So what is happening, Jordan Peterson? What is happening? Explain it to us. What is happening?
Extremely skeptical of the entire narrative. It's like...
Oh, I don't like one aspect of the thing that's happening, aka not building enough nuclear plants. Therefore, I'm skeptical of global warming as a concept. That sounds fair and rational and really well thought out. That is such a brilliant argument.
Two things. The left will sacrifice the poor to save the planet. And the left
Yes, of course, it's all the left. Wow.
will deindustrialize even at the nuclear level, despite the fact that it devastates the poor. And that's even worse, because if you devastate the poor and you force them into a short-term orientation, in any given country where starvation beckons, for example, they will cut down all the trees and they will kill down all the animals and they will destroy.
I really hope to hear some pushback on this. I am going to hear some pushback, right? This is not going to be a repeat of Ukraine and Ben Shapiro thing, right? The left is controlling Africa. The left is just... I feel like I'm in the middle of the protest again. I literally feel like I'm in the middle of the protest again. Am I going to get gassed anytime soon?
The ecosphere. And so even by the standards of the people who are pushing the carbon dioxide externality control, all the consequences of that doctrine appear to me to be devastating even by their own measurement principles. We're trying to fix the environment. Well, boys and girls, doesn't look like it's working. All you've managed to do is make energy 5 times as expensive and more polluting.
Yes, because that has nothing to do with, again, war in Ukraine and Germany being dependent on Russian gas. Nothing at all.
You were wrong. That didn't work. And so, and I can't understand. You can help me. That's why you're here today talking to me. I can't understand how the...
Take it away, Destiny. I'm hoping to hear some pushback. I really am.
left can support this.
Just one quick thing. Let's say that everything you've said is true. What do you think?
Nuclear is the best we can do at the moment. The West is the hard part because of the storage, but it'll take that and then slow destruction and death of our current... Yeah. I mean, we should invest more in nuclear. That is for sure.
What do you think is the plan then? What is the goal? What is the drive? Like, why push obviously horrible ideas for the planet and the poor?
That's a good question. That's a good question.
Well, because you're positing it, right? So what do you think is the driver goal?
Well, I listen to what people say. Here's the most terrible thing they say.
Yes.
There are too many people on the planet. Okay, so who says that? I've heard people say that for 30 years. Perfectly ordinary.
Oh, shit. Oh, crap. Is this some weird conspiracy that there's a push for... There's a fake conspiracy that there is global warming because now policies can be pushed that will kill off the poor because there are too many people on the planet? Is that where he's going with? Is that where he is going with here? Wow. God. Wow.
Very compassionate people. Well, there's too many people on the planet. And I think, well, for me, that's like hearing Satan himself take possession of their spine and move.
He is saying that. He is saying that through the Green Order policy, the elites want to kill off the poor in order to reduce the population of the planet. He is saying that. That is the end game, apparently. That is the end game of the green lobby, of the elite. And who is the elite? Well, I will leave that to your imagination. I mean, obviously, the solution cannot be just one thing. Like, we do need to invest in diverse energy solutions. Like, there is no silver bullet. There is no one solution that sort of fixes it all. We have to diversify. We don't really have a choice. We have to diversify solutions when it comes to energy. There is no one thing that fixes it all. But of course, Jordan Peterson would just reject that outright. He would say, no, we should stay with fossil fuels and destroy the planet because global warming is fake and it's just those pesky elites that wants to depopulate the planet. Well, bear in mind that the Fukushima case is very specific because a lot of the incident was caused by negligence, and it's been pretty well documented that negligence caused Fukushima, but it's a little bit like with Ukraine, right? You invest in renewables, but you do need to find solutions that will work for the immediate now. Because I assume that investing in renewables, it takes at least a little bit of time. You know? So you do need to invest in long-term solutions that will work, but you also need to invest in solutions that will work for the immediate. You have to invest in both. Well, I'm not pointing to anything in particular. I'm saying that you do need both, you know? I'm not even giving the plans as the short-term solution, but, you know?
Their mouth. It's like, okay, who are these excess people that you're so concerned about? And exactly who has to go and when and why and how? And who's going to make that decision? And even if you're not consciously aiming at that, you are the one who uttered the words. You're the ones who muttered the phrase. What makes you think that the thing that possessed you to make you utter that words isn't aiming at exactly what you just declared? And so that's a terrible vision. But when you look at what happens in genocidal societies, and they emerge with fair regularity, and usually...
What the fuck is a genocidal society? Now I need... What? Jordan Peterson, now you've entered a new phrase into the fray, a genocidal society. The rise of the genocidal society.
With a utopian vision at hand, the consequence is the mass destruction of millions of people. So why should I assume that something horrible isn't lurking like that right now? Especially...
Oh God. Weaponizing the genocide discourse. Well done, Jordan Peterson.
Given that we have pushed a few 100 million people back into absolute poverty when we were doing a pretty damn good job of getting rid of that. And I just don't understand what's happening in...
He's gonna bring genocide into this whole equation, isn't he?
Germany or in the UK. Like, it's insane. Like, look, man, if they would have got rid of the nuclear...
Jordan Peters started rambling and Destiny just has nothing to say. He's nothing to say. No pushback, nothing. Like nothing, like genocidal societies. I would love Jordan Peterson to give me examples of the so-called genocidal societies. That is a very interesting phrase, genocidal societies. He is basically building a theory that reducing CO2 is planned genocide of the poor for the sake of a better world without the poor. That will be, the place with better energy. But in order to get to the world with the better energy, you need to get rid of the pesky poor by genociding them. That is basically what Jordan Peterson is saying here, which astounds me. It's just astounding. And we appreciate the fact that Jordan Peterson is floating around the idea that reducing CO2 is a genocidal plan of the elites.
Nuclear plants and made energy 5 times as expensive. And the consequence would have been they weren't burning lignite coal as a backup, and their unit production of energy, of pollution per unit of energy had plummeted. You could say, well, look, we hurt a lot of poor people, but at least the air is cleaner. It's like, no, air's worse and everyone's poorer. So explain to me how the hell the left can be anti-nuclear.
Okay.
I don't understand it at all.
Gotcha. All right.
The city, go on.
This is something that I brought up earlier that is concerning to me. I feel like when people get political beliefs, I feel like what happens is, what we think happens, what we'd hope happen is you have some moral or philosophical underpinning. And then from there, you combine this with some epistemic understanding of the world. And then you combine these two things, you engage in some form of analysis. And through your moral
it'd be
view,
nice if that was true.
Yeah, you start to apply like prescriptions. So maybe
Even with renewables, you have to diversify, no? Like, even renewables themselves can be sort of detrimental to certain types of environments. Like, I know that solar can be detrimental to certain types of environments. So even with renewables, you do have to sort of diversify. Even with renewables, you have to be actually smart about it.
religious. Maybe I analyze society and I see that particular TV shows lead to premarital sex. So my societal prescription is we should ban these.
And by diversifying with renewables, I mean diversifying with the types of renewables, not diversifying with renewables and something else. Just to clarify, like solar, wind, water, right? When I say diversify, I'm talking about diversifying different types of renewables, not diversifying renewables and something else. Like what I'm saying, that you need to diversify within the renewables, within the different types of renewables, You just don't bank on one type of renewable. I mean, that will depend on the area, right? I would think that in really windy regions, windmills are probably pretty effective.
TV shows, right? Ideally, this is how you would imagine this process works. What I find happens, unfortunately, all too often is what people do is they join social groups. And then with those social groups, they inherit something that I call like a constellation of beliefs. And this constellation of beliefs.
Oh, Jesus. Oh no, Destiny's just going to peddle his theory now. Oh God. Oh no. Oh crap. Oh, what's happening? Oh. Damn. Damn. He's doing the theory that he was talking about recently. The whole people just get their beliefs from their friend groups. Is he going to say that Jordan Peterson got all of his beliefs from his friend group? But yes, I moved on from the plants. I'm talking about diversity within the renewable energy sources.
Instead of rationally building on each of these, you basically get this like Jenga tower that is like floating over a table, and every block is like supporting itself, and no real part of the tower can be addressed because if you pull out one piece, it all falls apart. So
Right.
people become like very stuck
Right.
in all of this combined constellation stuff, and none of it is really given like any analysis, and you can't really push anybody from one way or another in terms of like reevaluating any of the beliefs that are part of this constellation. I wish I would have. If I were
That's
able to
good.
become, well, yep,
That's
I
fine.
wish I
That's
would've-
right.
Oh,
Sleep is the foundation of our mental and physical health. You must remedy work. Sleep at a time. Limited
That's
40% off.
Jesus, how many of these ads does this 2-hour debate have?
If I were
That's
able to
good.
become, well, yep,
That's
I
fine.
wish I
That's
would've-
right. Well, you
yeah.
know, there are models now of
Sure.
There are models now of cognitive processing, belief system processing that make the technical claim that what a belief system does is constrain entropy.
Sure, that's not surprising at all to
Okay,
me. Yeah.
so and now the signal for released entropy, which would be a consequence of, say, violated fundamental beliefs, is a radical increase in anxiety, right? And a decrease in the possibility of positive emotion. And so people will struggle very hard against that, which is exactly the phenomena that you're describing.
Yeah.
Okay, I agree with what you said.
So here's my
yeah. So I'm not
issue
sure
or
why
worry.
it's relevant to the issue I was pursuing.
I'm getting
Okay,
it.
fine. Yeah.
Here's my issue. Okay, so when I'm trying
I'm using Opera GX.
to evaluate a situation, I like to think that I have I've got some insulation from the effects of what liberals think or what conservatives think, is because on my platform, I don't necessarily have an allegiance to a particular political ideology. Like right now, I'm like center left to progressive, but I break really hard from progressive on certain issues. I think Kyle Rittenhouse is in the right. I think basically everything you guys are doing with indigenous people is insane, including the complete mass grave hoax. I think that I'm a big supporter of the Second Amendment. I have beliefs where I can break from my side, pretty hardcore because I am not like allegiant to certain political ideology. One thing that worries me with this constellation of beliefs thing is that sometimes when it comes to evaluating a particular policy or a particular problem, I feel like it's part of the constellation, and sometimes it inhibits people from like taking a step back and reasonably thinking about the issue. So when we're talking about climate change,
Basically, that's what you're doing, Jordan Peterson. Is what Destiny is hinting at here. That is what you're doing, Jordan Peterson.
you mentioned the W.
Saying that Jordan Peterson's camp is crazy about indigenous people. Can you reverse what he said? I mean, I can go back, yeah.
Step back and problem. I feel like a constellation of beliefs thing is that sometimes
As I understood it, he said that
I'm not like allegiant to certain beliefs where I can break from my side,
what he said is that they're being crazy about indigenous people, and the whole Musgrave hoax thing is crazy that they would say it. That is what I understand.
pretty hardcore because I am not like allegiant to certain political ideology.
To be charitable. That is actually what I understood from what he said. That he said that you're pushing the whole Musgrave hoax thing, and that's crazy. That is what I understood what he said.
One thing that worries me with I feel like it's part of the constellation, and sometimes it inhibits people from like taking a step back and reasonably thinking about the issue. So when we're talking about climate change, you mentioned the WEF sacrificing tons of people, the UN, global elites. You mentioned people from like taking a step back and reasonably thinking about the issue. So when we're talking and evaluating a particular policy or a particular problem, I feel like it's part of the constellation. Sometimes I'm not like allegiant to certain political I break from my side, pretty hardcore because I am not like allegiant to certain political ideology. One thing that worries me with this constellation of beliefs thing is that sometimes when it comes to evaluating a particular policy or a particular problem, I feel like it's part of the constellation, and sometimes it inhibits a particular idea from my grave hoax. You're doing with indigenous people is insane, and Kyle Rittenhouse.
He said what you're doing with indigenous people is insane, so he's basically saying that he's not on board with it. As I understand it.
Is in the right. I think basically everything you guys are doing with indigenous people is insane, including the complete mass grave hoax.
See, he said all you're doing with indigenous people is insane, including the mass grave hoax. So I think he's saying that the rhetoric is crazy. I have to defend Stephen here. In my opinion, he's saying that the right's rhetoric, all rhetoric around indigenous people of the right is crazy, including the mass grave hoax. No, he said all you are doing around the, and he's talking to Jordan Peterson, and Jordan Peterson is not left wing, so he's saying the right wing is crazy on that. I mean, but let's listen again. Like,
guys are doing with really hard for progressives on certain issues. I think Kyle Rittenhouse is in the right. I
see, I think Kyle Rittenhouse is in the right.
think basically everything
I think
you guys are doing with indigenous people is insane.
everything you guys are doing with indigenous people is insane.
Including the complete mass grave hoax. I think that I'm a big supporter of the Second Amendment. I have beliefs where I can break from my side.
Is he? That would be really stupid, but
You know, pretty hardcore because I
maybe I'm just
House is
too
in the right.
charitable.
Like right now, I'm like on my platform. I don't necessarily have an allegiance to a particular political ideology. Like right now, I'm like center left to progressive, but I break really hard from progressives on certain issues. I think Kyle Rittenhouse is in the right. I think basically everything you guys are doing with indigenous people is insane.
I don't know. I thought there was a counter argument that he is giving one argument where he is on the right, one when he's on the
Including the complete mass grave hoax. I think that I'm a big
I mean, if that's the case, then he's just being stupid. Damn.
supporter of the Second Amendment. I have beliefs where I can break from my side, you know, pretty hardcore because I am not like allegiant to a certain political ideology. One thing that worries me with this constellation of beliefs thing is that sometimes when it comes
Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, now I get it. You doing okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Okay. That makes now that now. Oh yeah. If you means Canada, then yeah, it makes sense. Yeah. If you doesn't mean you, Jordan Peterson, in your side of the aisle, but it means Canada, then yeah, it makes perfect sense. Yeah. Destiny's just being an idiot, and I just failed at being. I have failed at trying to be charitable. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I just didn't want to believe. I just didn't want to believe that's what he was saying. But I've been proven incorrect.
to evaluate
I've just been proven incorrect. I just didn't want to believe that he'd say that. But here we are. Here we go. Here we go. Damn. That's what I get. That's what I get for charitability. Charitability is my undoing.
Evaluating a particular policy or a particular problem. I feel like it's part of the constellation, and sometimes it inhibits people from like taking a step back and reasonably thinking about the issue.
I guess lesson learned.
So when we're talking about climate change, you mentioned the WEF sacrificing tons of people, the UN, global elites, 5 times energy costs in Germany, genocidal people. I feel like this is part of like a whole thing where it's like, okay, well, let's take a quick step back and let's just like think rationally about this particular issue for one moment. Okay.
Well, you asked me what the motivation for anti-poor policies might be, so that's why I was trying
Well, I
to flesh
did, but
that out.
Yeah, and then genocide, and then Jordan Peterson has decided to spout a whole theory on how pushing for renewable energy is a plan of genocide against the poor. Wow. Jordan Peterson is the most rational thinker I've ever met. Well, I've never met Jordan Peterson, but you know what I mean.
But I got all of those things before I even asked that question. Because I think it's totally possible that somebody might say, okay, well, when you put carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, it seems to cause an increase in surface temperatures. This has been happening from about the 1800s. And as we've started to track surface temperatures, whether the thermometer is on top of the Empire State Building or in the middle of a field, it seems like there's an average rise in temperatures. And people all around the world are observing this. In some places more than others. If you live in Seattle and 20 years ago, your apartment building wasn't built with air conditioner units, you feel that now. If you live in a place in London and you've never had an air conditioner before, now that's not acceptable. I think that people on the ground can see that there are changes. And I think that scientists, when they look in labs, can see changes. It might be that some models aren't precise enough. And it might be that for reasons we don't even understand
Well, the
now,
economic models certainly aren't precise enough.
sure, maybe that
Not
might be true.
maybe. They can't even use them to predict the price of a single stock for 6 months. The economic
Oh my
models are
God.
not sufficiently accurate to calculate out the consequences of climate change over a century.
And
Not in the
when
least.
I like the comparison
he
because
mean?
economic models can't predict individual stocks, but they do predict the rough rise of the market. If you invest in the
Yeah,
S&P
except
500,
for the
you
odd
get about
cataclysmic collapse.
nope, even with the cataclysmic
That
collapse.
is not the point of the economic predictions of the global warming. Like what the fuck? Like the predictions about global warming are not trying to predict prices for individual items, although that probably goes into it as well. What it is trying to predict is that a lot of people will not be able to inhabit certain places soon enough, and then they will be forced to move. And that will create a huge refugee crisis. And that will, believe it or not, affect the economy, at least in some marginal way. Like, come on, Jordan Peterson. Oh, those global. Oh, those who believe in the global warming, can they predict the prices of the foods? Okay.
Accounted for, you're going to see about 7% returns on average with inflation over
I
long
wouldn't
periods of
call
time.
an average a very sophisticated model analogous
That's
to
fine,
a climate
but
change.
that's the difference between climate and weather, though, right? Is that climate isn't going to tell you what the temperature is on a given day, but it might tell you the average surface temperature over a period of 1 year or 10 years. And then that's the difference between climate and weather. That's the difference between like the market and the
hypothetical
stock.
difference.
It is a hypothetical, but again, we're seeing more and more and more data
Evidence.
every single year that things are getting hotter and hotter. So I mean, it's
let's
yeah.
jump out of our cloud of presuppositions for a minute.
Sure.
Now, one of the things that
Or no, wait.
yeah, okay.
Before we do that, actually,
Yeah,
because I
okay.
don't want to say,
Yeah, that's fine.
there are some things that we've gotten as a result of investing in green energy that have been good. So, for instance, the power of solar energy has dropped dramatically in the United States, faster than anybody thought possible, such that solar energy is like competitive or beating fossil fuels in certain areas. As long as you can set the solar panels up, you're literally beating
yeah,
fossil
and
fuels.
as long as the sun is shining.
Well, it still is. We're not a nuclear winter
No,
yet.
no,
So.
but it isn't when it's cloudy, and it
That's
isn't
why I
in the
said
winter.
depending on where you live. There are places,
Right.
equatorial places. If you're trying to set up a solar panel in Seattle, you might not have as much luck, or New York City
Or
might not
Germany.
have as much, or in Germany. True.
Or
there
all
are
of
also,
Europe,
I think
or
there,
in Canada.
there are also other issues that are
That's
coming.
not true, actually. That's not true. Depending on the season, it will actually it becomes beneficial economically. I have solar panels on my house. I have panels that warm up my water, and during all of the summer and even spring, those panels make my water warm. So I don't need to use any other means to warm up my water, like gas, and that is big saving actually. So Jordan Peterson is incorrect here, even in Europe. Well, in winter your returns will diminish greatly, at least when it comes to. Okay, we're talking about two different types of panels here, because you have solar panels which produce energy, which produce electric energy, which you usually sell. You don't actually use it yourself. You sell it, which creates a whole different number of problems, because in order to take full advantage of those panels, you actually need to have infrastructures that is able to accommodate for it. And in many cases, you just don't have that infrastructure. So the energy that you produce just gets wasted, which is a whole different problem. That is not a problem of solar energy. It is a problem of insufficient infrastructure. But you also have heat panels which depend on the heat from the sun. And those panels basically collect the heat and, for example, warms up your water. You know? So when it comes to the heat panels, they'll just not give you much in winter, the heat panels, which also depend on the sun. But solar panels, sure, you have sunny days even in the winter, so you might still produce energy even in the winter. to sell. Again, usually you don't use the energy yourself. Usually you sell it to the electric companies.
Coming up that I think are obfuscating our ability to evaluate what's being caused by green energy versus not. When we look at energy increases in Germany, I think there's a similar constellation around nuclear energy, for instance. People don't want nuclear energy because they think of nukes, and they think of nuclear meltdowns, and they think of Chernobyl, and they think of Fukushima, and they think of atomic bombs, and that's it. And that's stupid. And I agree with you. But nuclear energy is a totally viable alternative to other forms of
Then
fossil
why
fuels.
does the radical left oppose it? You think it's just this See, you
For the
it
same
might be just-
for the same reason the right opposes vaccines, because it sounds scary and it's a big thing and they don't
I
trust
have the
it.
heat
It comes
pump.
Well,
from
the
big
right
pharmaceutical-
has a reason to distrust vaccines in the aftermath of the COVID debacle.
Well, I
because
think-
they were imposed by
That is what my father sort of invested in, the heat panels. My father got them through, interestingly enough, because there are subsidies. There are subsidies for panels in Poland. You enter a program and you get funding for installing panels on your house. So you don't even have to pay out of pocket for these things yourself. You apply for a grant. Oh, but we've moved from the fusion power plants.
for vaccines.
Vaccines, because it sounds scary.
You think it's just this See, you
For the
it
same
might
forms of
Then
fossil
why
fuels.
does the radical left oppose it? You think it's just this See, you
For the
it
same
might
for
be
the
just-
same for the same reason the right opposes vaccines, because it sounds scary and it's a big thing and they don't trust it. It comes
Well,
from
the
big
right has a
pharmaceutical-
reason to distrust vaccines in
I
the
get
aftermath.
it. They haven't moved out of. They haven't moved on. They moved back to it. Damn. I mean, that is what happens. They've, like, those two have already demonstrated time and time again that they talk about things that they have no clue about. Like, I'm not super knowledgeable on the plants thing, but at least I have audience members that can educate me on it or something. And then I can read up on it and I can see, oh, damn, there are more problems with those plants than I thought. Damn. But here we have two guys that speak about several topics that have nothing, that they know nothing about, with big confidence, like redistribution, central planning, the Green Order, the Great Terror. The list goes on of the topics that they simply know nothing about, but somehow they discuss it very confidently. Very, very fascinating to see. Also very sad to see when we read it.
Aftermath of the COVID debacle.
Well, I
because
think-
they were imposed by force, and that was a
You,
very
you get to
bad
choose if
idea.
you have a nuclear power plant. That's imposed by force too, no?
Nobody imposed the vaccines by force. Are you fucking kidding me? It was totally optional to get your vaccine. And yes, it's totally a business sort of decision to not let in people that did not get vaccinated. I thought Jordan Peterson was for free enterprise, but maybe I was mistaken. Nobody enforced vaccines by force. Like, again, another topic that Jordan Peterson knows nothing about. Enforcing things.
You don't get to choose where your energy comes from if you live in a country. You turn the light switch and hopefully you don't have a Chernobyl that melts down in your particular town, right?
Well, you get to choose it because you can buy it or not.
Well,
That's
I
a
mean,
choice.
It does, but the
Nobody
negative.
had a choice with
Well, guess what? You can take the vaccine or not. Checkmate, you idiot. There was no force in Poland. I'm sorry. In Poland, it was you can take it or not. It's free. Vaccination is free. You can take it or not. Nobody was forced to take the vaccine.
the vaccines.
Nobody had a choice whether or not they lived near Chernobyl or not. Nobody's a choice.
Sure,
There's a
they
nuclear
could
power
move
plant.
away.
Well, how realistic
that's
is it
a
to move
choice.
like 500 miles? That's like telling
just
conservatives
move.
when Biden tried to do
Okay,
the OSHA
well,
mandate for vaccines. Like,
Great. Just move.
Well, you can just get a different job, right?
I don't want to debate about whether or not large nuclear power plants are frightening. They are.
Sure. Okay.
And there are technologies now where that's not a problem. And I think that's a
do support nuclear power
counterproductive
plants. I think
place
it's a
for our
good-
discussion to go, because I also understand why people are afraid of it. But what I don't understand, for example, is why the Germans shut down their nuclear power plants and the Californians are thinking and have doing the same thing when they have to import power from France anyways.
So, have you looked into it, Jordan Peterson? Because I've been given a lot of reasons in my chat here. So, have you looked into it, or have you just, I don't know, you've heard it happen and you just started complaining about it without looking into it in the slightest? Could you travel outside of Poland? I don't think that's true. No, I don't think that's true. I think you could still travel freely within the European Union because there's no border check within the European Union. How would people know you did not get vaccinated? There was no border patrol on between Germany and Poland that would stop you and say, "Halt, are you vaccinated? You cannot enter Germany until you show proof of vaccination." I don't think that was a thing. I think you could, at least within the European Union, you could travel just fine. I'm pretty sure. There were checks? Let me check. Let me Google it. I'm pretty sure the thing was that you just had to have a test, not a vaccine. Certificate COVID. I don't know. Even if it's, I don't know, it still doesn't, still feels like a far cry from forcing. By plane, yeah. Yeah, by plane, definitely they would check you, yeah. By plane, yes, I agree. But by car, I don't think so. But then again, I think that's still a far cry from the vaccine being forced on the population.
Like it's complete.
Or burn coal, which is a million times worse.
Not just coal, lignite.
Yeah.
Right. And then with regards to these renewable power sources, they have a number of problems. One is they're not energy dense. They require tremendous infrastructure to produce. They might be renewable at the energy level, but they're not renewable at the raw materials level. So that's a complete bloody lie. They're insanely variable in their power production. And because of that, you have to have a backup system, and the backup system has to be reliable without variability. And that means if you have a renewable grid, you have to have a parallel fossil fuel or coal grid to back it up when the sun doesn't shine and the wind doesn't blow, which is unfortunately very, very frequently. And so, again, and I'm not going to say there's no place for renewable energy like solar and wind, because maybe there are specific niche locales where those are used.
Hold on. But solar and wind are not just solar and wind are not the only sources of renewable energy. I'm pretty sure rivers are considered renewable energy, no? River, like water plant, you know what I mean, right? The water plants like that depend on the kinetic energy of the flowing water. That doesn't stop ever, no? Destiny is usually very precise. Well, he's not very precise here, that's for sure. I don't know, it's interesting that there are three types of renewable energy, and Jordan Peterson is just so conveniently avoiding the one that works 24 hours a day, you know? That is so convenient of Jordan Peterson to avoid, to just forget about the source of renewable energy that works 24 hours a day and just focus on those that don't. Even though there are places on Earth where basically it's always sunny, so you know what I mean. It's very damn. I've heard there were problems with the idea of making big solar panels on deserts, but I don't remember what the problem was with that.
Useful, but the logical what would you say, antidote to the problem of reliability, if we're concerned about carbon, but we're really not, would be to use nuclear. And the Greens haven't been like flying their bloody flags for 30 years saying, well, we could use fossil fuels for fertilizer and feed people, and we could use nuclear power to drive energy costs down in a carbon dioxide free manner. That seems pretty bloody self-evident to me. And so then it brings up this other mystery that we were talking about earlier. You know, what's the impetus behind all this? Because the cover story is, oh, we care about carbon dioxide, which I don't think they do, especially given the willingness to...
Nobody cares about climate. It's a genocidal project by the elite. That is the most logical and the most rational explanation. You are right, Jordan Peterson. It's all a huge genocide of the poor in the making. Yes. Yes. And yes, just do it. The infrastructure is a problem as well. For solar, for example, yes. But that is not the problem of renewables. That is the problem of actually building the infrastructure. That needs to be done. That needs to be invested in. That is part of the investing into the renewable energy, investing into the infrastructure that will be able to sort of, you know, accommodate for the energy. I've heard of solar panels creating so much heat that it basically makes an invisible wall of ultra hot air that birds will burst into flames when flying past. But like it would be from a field of panels. Yes, I've heard that that is the problem with doing the big thing on the deserts. Yes, thank you, Greater Rain. Thank you, Greater Rain. Thank you.
Sacrifice the poor. It makes no sense to me. And I think it's relevant to the issue you brought up, which is that people have these constellations of ideas and there's a driving force in the midst of them, so to speak. They're not necessarily aware of what that driving force is.
Isn't it more likely that people are either misinformed or misguided than people are legitimately trying to depopulate the planet?
Misinformed and ignorant, that's plenty relevant and worth considering. And stupidity is always a better explanation than malevolence. But malevolence is also an explanation. And no, I don't...
True. And Jordan Peterson just wants to sell you the idea that a certain elite of people just happens to want to genocide a big part of the population, which is extremely rational. It's very, perfectly sound.
Don't think it's a better explanation because
Why would we waste so much money sending food aid, having Bush do, programs through Africa for AIDS, having other billionaires like Bill Gates invest so much money in anti-malarial stuff? Like, why would all the global elites be so invested in helping and killing the people here at the same time?
well,
It's so contradictory.
some of it's confusion.
Okay.
And some of it's the fact, many things can be happening simultaneously with a fair bit of internal paradox because people just don't know which way is up
That
often.
is just the wildest thing I've heard. On one point, on the one hand, Jordan Peterson is pointing to some genocidal project, but now he's saying that actually the genocidal project is just being stumbled into by mistake.
But the problem with the argument, okay, so you tell me what you think about this. So, Hitler's cover story was that he wanted to make the glorious Third Reich and
no.
elevate the Germans to the highest possible status for the longest possible period of time. Okay, but that wasn't the outcome. The outcome was that Hitler shot himself through the head after he married his wife, who died from poison the same day, in a bunker underneath Berlin while Europe was in flames. Well, he was insisting that the Germans deserved exactly what they got because they weren't the noble people he thought they were. And then you might say, well, Hitler's plans collapsed in flames, and wasn't that a catastrophe? Or you could say that was exactly what he was aiming for from the beginning, because he was brutally resentful and miserable right from the time he was, a rejected artist at the age of 16. And so he was working, or something was working within him. And
So he just worked towards committing suicide in a Wow. Lucy, did I hear it right? Do you trust more the opinion of chatters than either the research of these two? Yes. I trust Karasu Kafka more than Destiny or Jordan Peterson. Yes. That is correct. That is definitely correct.
something that might well be regarded as demonic, whose end goal was precisely what it attained, which was the devastation of hundreds of millions of people, and Europe left in a smoking ruin. And the cover story was the Grand Third Reich. And so there's no reason at all to assume that we're not in exactly the same situation right now.
I think there's a great reason to assume. I think that Hitler's motives and everything that he was trying to do wasn't a secret. I don't think that anybody had to guess that he was incredibly anti-Semitic, that his Aryan supremacy was going to lead to the destruction and the murder of like so many different people in concentration camps. Like none of this was a secret. It's not like he was hiding it.
He hid a lot of it.
I mean, like he tried to maybe hide the death camps, but nobody in Germany was wondering, like, wow, crazy the pogroms are.
Jesus Christ. Amazing. So like the Green Order and wanting to preserve the environment is actually a Third Reich type genocidal project, because the cover story is wanting to save the environment, but actually did you consider that it's a ploy to genocide the poor? Wow. I don't know what to say. Even the protesters, even the farming protesters have not considered that angle. That actually, it's all a part of that genocidal ploy. It's like, wow. Amazing.
Happening against Jewish people. That's so crazy. Or wow, they're all being shipped to just mainly the Jews to camps to work. Like that's kind of interesting. Or wow, he talks about this a lot in Mein Kampf, but maybe it's just a coincidence. I don't think you can compare like Hitler to people that are worried about climate change.
Yeah,
the worry that I have here is because if we're applying
people in Germany thought Hitler was.
What the fuck? Are you serious? Unironically, Jordan Peterson is saying that the Green Order is a Nazi Germany like ploy to just genocide poor people and depopulate the world. That's not insane at all. Damn. Okay. I did not expect to hear that today. Wow. I think arguing for and against solar nuclear power plants is like the smallest problem of this whole thing. I would say that the bigger problem of this whole discussion is Jordan Peterson alluding to some conspiracy to genocide poor people because you care about the environment, which is apparently just a cover-up story for the genocide. Jesus. Wow. Does Jordan Peterson actually does Jordan Peterson even believe what he's saying? Like I'm asking seriously, does Jordan Peterson believe any of the
Perfectly motivated by the highest of benevolent.
If I were to take this standard of evidence and apply this lens of analysis, couldn't I say the exact same thing about the conservative constellation of belief? They don't want to intervene anywhere in the world because they don't care about the problems there. They're anti-immigration because they hate brown people. Trump wanted to ban Muslims from coming to the United States because he's xenophobic. Conservatives don't want to have taxes to help the poor because they want homeless people to starve and die in the winter. But like, I feel like
some of that's true. And yes, you can adopt that criticism. I think the difference with regards especially to the libertarians.
Unfortunately for Destiny, Jordan Peterson is not afraid to say what the conservative movement wants. I don't think Destiny expected that. I honestly don't think Destiny expected that. Yeah, but you could say that Trump was just xenophobic. Well, yes, some of it is true. Well, damn. Destiny just screwed himself with this one. He didn't expect Jordan Peterson to just flat out agree. Unfortunate. How unfortunate. That was a stupid argument to make of Destiny. It was a very stupid argument to make of Destiny. Because the things that he listed are actually true, to the point that even Jordan Peterson said all those things are true. God damn it. Like, God damn it, Destiny. Why did you have to give examples that are actually true?
Side of the conservative enterprise, but also to some degree to the conservative enterprise, is they're not building a central gigantic organization to put forward this particular utopian claim. And so even if the conservatives are as morally addled as the leftists, and to some degree that might be true, they're not organized with the same gigantism in mind. And so they're not as dangerous at the moment. Now, they could well be, and they have been in the past, but at the moment they're not.
This is so reductive.
And so, of course, you can be skeptical about people's motivations when they're brandishing the moral flag.
Why would we say that they're not as concerned about the gigantism? I feel like everybody is when it's a particular thing that they care about.
First of all, we already discussed what gigantism actually is, so well done. And second of all, this is so reductive and stupid. This is just conspiracy baiting. This is just conspiracy theorizing. This pointing to the genocide conspiracy scheme. Where did that come from? Like, come on. Usually Destiny is so hard on people that call things genocide. And suddenly when Jordan Peterson says it, it's all good. He's not gonna push on that at all. On this weird genocide conspiracy theory. What happened, Destiny?
You mean whether they would be inclined in that direction?
For sure. That conservatives wield the power of the government whenever they feel they need to, just as liberals do, right? Conservatives were very happy to see, for instance, abortion was brought back as a state-regulated thing.
That's a good objection. I think that you're correct in your assumption that once people identify a core area of concern, they're going to be motivated to seek power to implement that concern.
I think cancel culture is a good idea too. I think conservatives prior to the 2000s, if they could censor everything related to either LGBT stuff or weird musical stuff or so that they didn't want their kids to watch, conservatives would do it. But now that you see that like liberals and progressives are kind of wielding that corporate hammer, now conservatives are very much, well, hold on, we need freedom of speech, we need to platform everybody. And now progressives are like, well, hold on, maybe we shouldn't platform people.
I've got no disagreement with those things that you said, and I have no disagreement about your proposition that people will seek power to impose their central doctrine. Okay, so then you might say, and so we can have a very serious conversation about that. What do we have that ameliorates that tendency?
In the United States, we've got hopefully a form of decentralized government. I can't speak to Canada as much, but
yes, yes, that's true. So that's one of the institutional protections against that, because what that does is put various forms of power striving in conflict with one another, right? And so that's a very intelligent solution. But then there are psychological and philosophical solutions as well.
Jesus.
And one of them might be that you abjure the use of power, right, as a principle. And so, and this is one of the things that was done very badly during the COVID era, let's say, because the rule should be something like you don't get to impose your solution on people using compulsion and force. There's a doctrine there, which is any policy that requires compulsion and force is to be looked upon with extreme skepticism. Now, it's tricky because now and then you have to deal with psychopaths, and they tend not to respond to anything but force. And so there's an exception there that always has to be made, and it's a very tricky exception. But look, let me tell you a story, and you tell me what you think about this.
Now he's just rambling.
Because I think it's very relevant to the concern that you just expressed, and I don't believe that the conservatives are necessarily any less tempted by the calling of power than the leftists. That's going to vary from situation to situation. Though I would say probably overall in the 20th century, the leftists have the worst record in terms of sheer numbers of people killed.
So I mean, it depends on how we're quantifying
not
that.
Really. Okay, we'll just quantify Mao. How's that? Direct death of 100 million people. So, that's a pretty stark fact. And if we're going to argue about that, well, then we're really not going to get anywhere. So,
I'm not disagreeing that the Holodomor happened as well. The Soviet Union and China were horrible.
I mean, I'm not going to. Yeah, I'm not going to.
Say those were horrible things. Yeah, of course.
And so, war of.
I'm just saying for World War II, it depends on how much you.
Yes, Stalin, the typical leftist. Jesus. Are they really gonna talk about the Soviet Union when they don't even know what the Great Terror was?
True, the war does to Nazi Germany, et cetera, et cetera. But sure, like largely speaking, I don't think that the left beat the right because the right wasn't trying. I don't think it's because Hitler's lack of trying led him to kill less people than who ended up dying during the Great Leap Forward or during the industrialization of the Soviet Union.
Well, I also think it's an open question still to what degree Hitler's policies were right-wing versus left-wing, and no one's done the analysis properly yet to determine that.
Well, what do we consider?
Okay. Oh, I want to hear this. I want to hear that. Yes, go on. Explain to me why Hitler was a left-winger.
National Socialist movement for a reason. And the socialist part of it wasn't accidental.
Well, but there was no, cooperatively formed businesses that were owned by all of the people for the people and distributed to the people. And I don't think redistribution was high on Hitler's list of things to do.
That's true. It was a strange mix of totalitarian policy.
I don't think it was a strange mix. I think it was a bid to appeal to mid-left and center-left, the KPD and the German Socialist Party by calling themselves National Socialists. I think it was very much like an authoritarian.
There you go. At least Destiny's pushing against that. Thank you, Destiny. Thank you, Destiny, for pushing against the idea that Hitler was a leftist. Thank you. At last we get some pushback. Thank you. What a ridiculous notion. And yes, Hitler has been analyzed to death. So to claim that that the policy of the Nazi Germany has not been properly analyzed is just a laughable proposition. What a laughable proposition to say that the political alignment of Nazi Germany has not been properly analyzed. As if Nazi Germany and the Nazi Party were not one of the most studied things ever.
ultra-nationalist regime that pretty squarely fits with. People get mad if you call something far right or far left because they have an
Well,
attachment to terms.
one of the things I would have done if I would have been able to hang on to my professorship at the University of Toronto would have been to extract out a random sample of Nazi policies and strip them of markers of their origin and present them to a set of people with conservative or leftist beliefs and see who agreed with them more. And that analysis has never been done as far as I know. So we actually don't know. And we could know if the social scientists would do their bloody job, which they don't, generally speaking.
Which is not how you analyze holistic policy of the entire state. To just take selective policies and say who would like them more, because that is just nonsensical. By that notion, the Law and Justice Party is a leftist party because it introduced social programs. That is just nonsense. I'm sorry. You don't take selective policies to determine whether or not the entire party's political sort of direction was left or right, because you will get very misleading results. Like if you just took the social programs of Law and Justice, you'd come out of that analysis saying that, oh, okay, Law and Justice is a left-wing party. Amazing. Which is definitely not.
That's something we could know. We could probably use the AI systems we have now, the large
AI.
language models, to determine to what degree left and right beliefs intermingled in the rise of National Socialism. So that's all technically possible. So, and it hasn't been done, so it's a matter of opinion.
Sure.
So,
I don't necessarily disagree.
Yes, they're both not political scientists as well, so amazing. Political analysis of Jordan Peterson is stellar. Wow. Yes, absolutely. AI is our savior. Our savior, the AI. Absolutely.
That's something you could do.
Okay, I was going to tell you this story. Okay, well, this has to do with the use of power. So,
Power.
I spent a time at with a group of scholars putting and analyzing the Exodus story, an Exodus seminar recently. And so the Exodus story is a very interesting story because it's what would you say? It's an analysis of the central tendency of movement away from tyranny and slavery. That's a good way of thinking about it. So
Is it though?
the possibility of tyranny and the possibility of slavery are possibilities that present themselves to everyone within the confines of their life, psychologically and socially. You can be your own tyrant with regards to the imposition of a set of radical doctrines that you have to abide by and punish yourself brutally whenever you deviate from them. And we all contend with the issue of tyranny and slavery. And there's an alternative path, and that's what the Exodus story lays out. And Moses is the exemplar of that alternative path, although he has his flaws. And one of his flaws is that he turns too often to the use of force. So he kills an Egyptian, for example, an Egyptian noble who has slayed a Hebrew, one of Moses' Hebrew slave brothers, and he has to leave. There's a variety of indications in the text that he uses his staff, he uses his rod, and he uses power when he's supposed to use persuasion and legal or verbal invitation and argumentation. And this happens most spectacularly right at the end of the sojourn. So Moses has spent 40 years leading the Israelites through the desert, and he's right on the border of the promised land. And really what that means at a more fundamental basis is that he's at the threshold of attaining what he's been aiming at, what he's devoted his whole life to. And he's been a servant of that
Jordan Peterson's analysis of the Torah. Amazing.
purpose in the highest order. And the Israelites are still in the desert, which means they're lost and confused. They don't know which way is up. They're still slaves. And now they're dying of thirst, which is what you die of, spiritual thirst, if you're sufficiently lost. And
Oh my
they
God.
go to Moses and ask him to intercede with God. And God tells Moses to speak to the rocks so that they'll reveal the water within. And Moses strikes the rocks with his rod twice instead, right? He uses force. And so God says to him, you'll now die before you enter the promised land. It's Joshua who enters and not Moses. Okay, and you might wonder why I'm telling you that story. I'm telling you that story
Okay.
because those concepts at the center of that cloud of concepts that you described are stories, right? They're stories. And if they're well formulated, they're archetypal stories. And this is an archetypal story that's illustrating the danger of the use of
Oh no.
compulsion and force. And so one of the problems you're obviously obsessed by and that I'm trying to solve is what do we do as an alternative to tyranny, whether it's for a utopian purpose in the future or maybe for the purpose of like conservatives censoring music lyrics they don't approve of. And one answer
There
is
you go. Jordan Peterson doesn't understand tyranny as well.
we don't use force. We do the sort of thing that you and I are trying to do right now, which is to have a conversation that's aimed at clarifying things. And so that's a principle that's something like the consent of the governed, right? It's something like, but it's also something like you have the right to go to hell in a handbasket if that's what you choose. And I'm, as long as you don't, in doing so, you're not in everyone's way too much. You have the right to your own destiny, right? And
Destiny.
so, and you don't get to use power to impose that. That's the other thing that
Damn.
worries me about what's going on the utopian front, because the problem is, once you conjure up a climate apocalypse
Conjure up.
and you make the case that there's an impending disaster that's delayed, and you might say, well, delayed how long? And the response would be, well, we're
Conjure
not
up.
sure, but it's likely to occur in the next 100 or so.
Yes, it's just again we're back to the conspiracy. All this Bible bullshit was to go back to the conspiracy. And the conspiracy is wanting to improve on climate is just a ploy to use force against the poor and genocide them. That is very, yeah. I'm not sure why Destiny is not pushing against that claim, but whatever. I guess Destiny just doesn't care.
So years, which is pretty inaccurate. You now have a universal get out of jail card that can be utilized extremely well by power mad psychopaths. And they will absolutely do that because power mad psychopaths use whatever they can to further their cause.
Yes, the push for renewable energy is done by mad psychopaths that want to definitely genocide the poor. You got it, Jordan Peterson. You've solved this riddle. You have uncovered the biggest conspiracy ever. You're a genius. That is why you're such a renowned author, which hearing this conversation baffles the mind, but whatever.
So this is my issue, I think. This is my issue with a lot of people when it comes to political conversations. I think that everything you've said is true. And I think
What?
that all of it is it's good analysis, but I feel like it just gets wielded sometimes in
Excuse me, what did you just say, Destiny? What did you just say? All that you're saying is true? This is good analysis? The analysis of people don't really care about climate, but actually they just want to, the psychopaths that are in charge just want to genocide the poor? That is good analysis? Great. Okay, that's okay. Oh. Good analysis. Jesus.
in one direction, and then people kind of miss that it completely and fully describes their entire side as well. And the thing that I feel like the only solution for this is you hinted at it. It's more than just conversation, although that's a good start. We have to go back to inhabiting similar areas. We have to go back to inhabiting similar like media landscapes. I think that the issue that we're running into right now more than anything else is people live in completely separate realities at the moment, such that if we were even to describe basic reality, how many illegal immigrants came into the United States last year? That should be a factual number that we can know.
How many do you think?
Somebody, The actual number, probably in the hundreds of thousands. I think some conservatives think it's 3 million per year over the past 3 years because they look at like border contacts or they look at asylum seekers and they're not looking
Yeah,
at
I
like
think it's
crossings and laws.
3.6 million.
Came into the U.S. and stayed?
Yes, through the southern border.
Okay. So
You know, the historical, historical average is about a million.
I understand this. Sure. Well, historically, there's like 13 to 15 million people full stop in the United States illegally. That's like the whole history of illegal immigration in the United States. But hey, maybe I'm wrong there, right? So we can say that's an example of us living in a fundamentally different reality.
Well, the Pew Research Group has established quite conclusively that the variability over the last 20 years for illegal migration in the south border is between 300,000 and 1.2 million.
Well, the Pew Research can only establish, I think, the number of people attempting to cross. I don't know if they can know. I don't know if Pew does like census analysis. I'd have to see.
Well, I don't. Well, that's a different issue, right?
Sure.
Because I don't know how you measure how many illegal immigrants there are actually in the country.
I understand. I just want to point out. I agree with you. I listened to a lot of Rush Limbaugh growing up. I understand the fear of having a government agency say climate change. Therefore, we have a blank check to do whatever we want. That's scary.
Which is what they are doing.
The conservatives do the same thing, though.
Except the global warming is a very well documented phenomenon. That is a huge conspiracy to claim that so many countries in the world just so happen in unison to agree on this thing. That so many scientists around the world just so happen in unison around the globe to agree on this one thing. That is quite the conspiracy, Jordan Peterson. That is just such a nice conspiracy. And all of it is, in the service of the US being able to force certain things on you. That's amazing. That is just great. Great analysis, Jordan Peterson. The whole globe is just engulfed in a huge conspiracy theory that includes governments, scientists, and many other people that just happen to push the big lie of global warming. And by the way, it's all in the service of genociding the poor, because global elites have, joined forces to genocide the poor around the globe. That is amazing. It's just so, that sounds so rational, and that's reasonable. It's perfect. It's perfect. It's the only explanation, actually. There's no other explanation possible. It's just there's no other explanation. We've got it. We've solved it. Got him.
I'm not claiming otherwise.
Yeah, but the problem is I think people don't talk about it. So for instance, we can pretend now that the conservative argument was just compulsory vaccines are bad because they infringe on my freedom. That wasn't the conservative argument. The conservative argument was that mass deaths were going to happen, mass side effects were going to happen. There was going to be all this corruption and stuff related to vaccine distribution, to the crazier theories were microchips and blah, blah, blah.
No, Jordan Peterson says that global warming is fake. He already made that clear before. Jordan Peterson has already made it clear in this very debate that he thinks that global warming is fake, that there's no evidence for it, that the evidence is flimsy, that it's not a real thing. And that based on that lie, the government is imposing policies that will disproportionately target the poor. And then he goes to say, and why is that? It's because the elites want to genocide the poor, which is a term he actually used in this debate. He said genocide. He said the elites want to no. Explain it in the chat. Or maybe, I don't know. Okay, call me.
Hey, how's it
Hello.
going?
It's going okay. So yes, you wanted to.
So, well,
Oh God, I
all right.
can't. Yeah, go on.
So there's a point to Jordan Peterson because why he believes in this all-encompassing conspiracy,
Yeah.
because he sees that the world, like it says, people say like, oh, climate change is such a bad thing. We should do everything we could uh to prevent climate change.
Okay.
Then he sees not the world not as like a web of all of conflicting geopolitical interests that prevent government from effectively enacting uh, policies that would uh, that would minimize the impact of climate change. He doesn't see that. He can't think on that scale. He what he sees is people who government who don't act by the beliefs he thinks they hold, and so to him the only possible explanation to that is that it's just the government says that as an excuse to enact policies, the policies they want to, the excuses to inflict tyranny.
What?
And
What are? What? Sorry, can you repeat? What are you saying?
so so Jordan Peterson
Yes.
can't think about the world as a web of interconnected
Yeah, I
geopolitical
understood that
interests.
part. And okay then.
So because he can't think on that level,
Okay.
his his only his only conclusion from that is that things he thinks those government believes, well they aren't being trustworthy on that. They aren't being truthful about that, and so he thinks it's just a ploy. It's just uh, an excuse to enact tyranny,
Well, no, that's not what
which
he's saying. He's not saying about enacting tyranny. He's very explicitly said that apparently the whole world is enacting draconian policies which are supposed to, in theory, help the help the climate and to save people in the future, but in reality it's not really about saving the humans in the future. It's
well
about genociding the poor in the now.
yeah,
That's
because
what he's saying.
he sees that
He's,
those
he's not saying that he's not
it,
saying that the policies are not effective. He's saying that the policies are
he
aimed at
he is
genociding the poor.
he is saying that he is, well, like he's saying that since
He's
those
he's not
policies are
saying that there exist effective policies that could help the climate, but
well,
they're
it
not being
doesn't,
done.
no, it doesn't
He's
matter to him. It's not,
exactly.
well, like he thinks that since the policies that are supposed to address the problem are so counterproductive to him, it doesn't seem like
Well, they're not counterproductive to him. He doesn't believe global warming is real, so
no,
there are no
no, but
productive solutions to him
no,
to begin
that's
with.
the thing. He thinks it's so counterproductive that it must mean that the problem is doesn't exist and it's instead a conspiracy to.
No, it's the other way around. He doesn't believe the problem is real to begin with, and therefore he believes that the real thing is wanting to genocide the poor. He doesn't start with the things that are being done are counterproductive, therefore the thing is fake. No, he starts with the thing is fake and then goes to it's the other way
Mm,
around. He starts with the premise that the global warming is fake and therefore the real reason for even thinking of reducing CO2 is to genocide the poor because doing that will affect the poor. no matter what you do. He doesn't start with the premise, oh, maybe it's real, but oh, I'm seeing that the governments are not tackling this correctly, so my
Well, I don't think he ever considered it to be real.
yeah, so he doesn't
It's
really look at the policies and see, oh, they're not really effective to tackle the problem, so
well,
therefore
he sees them as being so ineffective to combat a problem that he doesn't think exists to begin
no,
with.
no,
That
no. He doesn't believe the problem exists at the start. He doesn't believe there are effective solutions to solve the problem because he doesn't believe in the problem. He believes that the solutions that are supposedly supposed to fix the problem are not supposed to fix the problem at all. They're supposed to target and kill the poor.
I think he has a
said it
very
explicitly.
strong. I think he has a very strong conspiracy theory riddle, like.
Oh yeah, that's the, exactly.
And
Yes, he's believing a huge conspiracy theory. He doesn't operate on this
yeah,
logical framework of, oh, I used to believe that the climate change was real, but I can see
but
how
but my
effective.
point is that it doesn't require that. It doesn't require him to believe that climate change is like is an issue to begin with.
Well, yeah, because he doesn't.
Yeah, but the thing is,
So
he to him he thinks those people that problem probably doesn't exist, and those people
no, he,
obviously
it's not
don't
that
believe in.
probably doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. Period. The evidence is false, and it's all just a one genocidal project by the elites against the poor to depopulate the planet or something. That is what he said in this conversation with Destiny.
Well, if we think about his previous points, his previous interactions on the matter, like I feel like it's not so certain at that point. The fact is, right now he's got those positions, and
Well, I can only go by the positions that he is presenting here. So
but to me it makes sense that this kind of conspiracy brain would lead him to
yeah,
immediately discredit anything that that those governments seem to want to fight against. And I don't know.
yeah,
We just may have a disagreement on the order of operation, the order of operations.
I
Uh,
so I just think that Jordan Peterson doesn't believe in that the problem exists in the first place, and therefore he believes that the people enacting the draconian laws are just doing that not to solve any issue to begin with, because the issue doesn't exist. They're doing it as a part of their genocidal project.
Yeah, well, the thing is, he talks about, he does think he does think about solutions. He's been talking about nuclear power and
Yeah,
saying
he didn't say that as a solution to a global warming problem. He said that as a solution to poor people starving, which is a totally separate thing.
well, he's played a bit into Destiny's hand,
He doesn't accept
thereby.
the premise of global warming existing.
Yeah,
The
he's
nuclear
saying.
thing is for the poor people not starving, and he uses that as an argument of, actually, since those people that claim that global warming exists move away from nuclear energy, that must mean, again, that their draconian laws are not really to save any ecology
Yeah,
that is
well,
supposedly in peril. That's to genocide poor people.
That's kind of my point, though.
Okay. Well, then we don't have a disagreement.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll let you continue
Okay.
watching it.
Thank you.
Have
Alright then.
a nice stream.
Yes. Thank you.
See ya.
See you. See you. There we go.
None of that came.
CEO is the issue primarily because the methane that is in Ramadan will be released in if climate change continues. So it interlinks. Yeah.
True. Absolutely none of the conservative fear-mongering related to the mRNA vaccines came to fruition, but now that's all forgotten, and that was used
What do you
as
mean
an
none of it?
excuse
What
to-
do you make of the excess?
Oh, for
Imagine being able to transition academic papers,
yes.
textbooks,
Imagine
websites,
being able to transition. I can imagine that indeed. Wait, hold on. Did I take my hormones today? I think I didn't. I forgot. I must be reminded to take my hormones.
emails.
the vaccine distribution to happen are bad because so
I'm not
they
claiming
didn't. That's a say agree with
all immigrants.
what
Well,
us. I don't know if
yes,
I think I went too far.
Mad's power of a unity to impose that. That's the other thing that worries me about what's going on the utopian power to the right to your own destiny, right? And we're sponsored. We're not sure, but it's likely to occur and get out of, and they will absolutely do that because power mad psychopaths use whatever they can.
this is my issue. I think this is my issue with a lot of people when it comes to political conversations.
Okay.
I think that everything you've said is true. Like
Oh, no.
probably order con into the wait. I got
average is about a million.
I understand.
While on the move. Pad and got you covered. And use code
Excess.
Jordan
There
at
you go.
checkout today.
Jordan.
Forgotten, and that
I'll
was
get
What do you
it.
mean
used as
none
an
of it?
excuse
What do
to-
you make of the excess deaths?
There are, that,
No
for
time to install stuff now.
related to vaccines, there are almost none. The mRNA vaccines have been administered to
excess
for
deaths
related
in
to
Europe.
vaccines.
We don't
absolutely
know.
not.
No.
We
We don't know.
absolutely know. We absolutely.
Wait
This
a
is like
sec. What do we
settled
know?
science.
What do we know?
In terms of vaccine related?
No.
deaths from the mRNA
No.
stuff,
That's
or-
not my question. Excess deaths in Europe are up about 20%, and they have been since the end of the COVID
Sounds
pandemic.
really high to me. 20%.
Go look. Go
I'll
look.
check afterwards. But is this including like the Ukrainian war with Russia?
No, it's not including the Ukrainian war.
Okay.
No,
What
no.
are you implying that you think it's because of vaccines?
I'm not
or-
implying anything. I'm
Well, but
saying
you're-
what the excess deaths are.
But
Now,
what is your take on what's causing it?
well,
Because you said that,
simplest-
and you said that in a counter to me describing mRNA vaccines. You said, "Well, the excess deaths are 20%." That makes it seem that the implication is that the vaccines are causing it, or leading to
okay,
it.
first of all, something is causing it.
Well, at that obviously,
Okay,
yeah.
something is causing it, or some combination of factors.
Sure.
I see.
Now, one possibility is that the healthcare systems were so
Oh.
disrupted by our insane focus on the
didn't
COVID
know.
epidemic that we're still mopping up as a consequence of that.
Wait, are these excess deaths tracing back through COVID as well?
Post-COVID.
Just post-COVID.
Post-COVID.
Okay.
Right. They're terrifying. Right. They're terrifying.
Oh my God.
And they're not well publicized. And
I think excess trusts are the fact that you're speaking to them right now seems like
yeah, but I ferret down a lot of rabbit holes. It's not like it's front bloody page news on the New York Times.
sure, but I think
Oh,
excess
no.
deaths that's a metric that you can Google, and I'm pretty sure there are like 3 different huge
So
organizations.
what he's basically saying here is, Destiny, I'm a conspiracy nut. I've just, what do you mean? It's not on the mainstream news because, like, mainstream news don't really pander to my conspiracies. So what do you expect?
That track excess deaths around the world. And
There
in
are
different
many more
countries.
than 3, yes, in every single European country. Right. Okay, well, so one relatively straightforward hypothesis is that it's a consequence of the disruption of the healthcare system, the staving off of cancer treatment, etc., the increase in depression, anxiety, suicidality, and alcoholism that was a consequence of the lockdowns, the economic disruption. And there's plenty of reason to believe that some of that is the case. But the other obviously glaring possibility is that injecting billions of people with a
Oh, no.
vaccine that was not tested by any stretch of the
Experimental.
imagination with the thoroughness that it should have before it was forced upon people also might be a contributing factor.
Oh,
Partly
no.
because we
Anti-vaccine,
know
Jordan.
that it led to a rise in myocarditis among young men. And we also know that there was absolutely no reason whatsoever
More
to ever recommend
conspiracy.
that vaccine was delivered to young children.
So
whose
there-
risk of death at COVID was so close to zero that it might as well have been
It's not,
zero.
when you're talking about a disease, the risk of death isn't the only thing that you worry about for the disease. There's also
So you're going to talk
long-term-
about transmission?
Well,
Because
we
that
can
was
talk
another
about-
thing that the
we can talk
COVID
about
vaccine
transmission.
pushed. Yeah,
We
but
can-
it didn't
hold
do
on.
anything
We
to
can talk-
transmission.
It absolutely did because it decreased your chance of getting infected. It didn't destroy. It didn't get rid of transmission, but it reduced
Yeah,
transmission.
but
by
it was
reducing your chance of getting-
claimed that it would get rid of
Only if you
transmission.
take
No,
one
no, it
reading of
didn't.
one single
No.
quote. I think that
Oh, give
Biden
me a
said one
break.
time where he said, "No, come on." I've heard so many times because everybody say, "Oh, you can't take anything Trump says seriously." Biden one time on the news says, "If you get the vaccine, you won't
That
transmit
is
the
so
disease,"
silly.
which was a no.
Do you know that our prime minister in Canada deprived Canadians of the right to travel for 6 months because the unvaccinated were going to transmit COVID with more likelihood than
Good.
the vaccinated?
Good.
So this
Because
wasn't
it's
one bloody
true.
statement. This
I-
was
no, no,
like
hold on.
thorough government policy
what
in
I'm
my
saying
country.
is there wasn't a statement given that if you get vaccinated, there is a 0% chance of transmitting the disease. The idea is that vaccines were supposed to help because
Fine,
it
well,
reduces your hospitalization,
yeah.
reduces death, and it reduces transmission, hopefully by making it so that people
Thank
don't get
you.
sick or don't get sick for as long. All three of those things, the vaccines did exceedingly well. They continue to do that to this day, but especially for the first variant and then the Delta variant, the vaccines helped immensely here. They were
Well-
tested. The myocarditis rates are like 7 out of 100,000 injections, and the myocarditis is generally acute, and it's generally not as bad as even getting the coronavirus itself, which will lead you also
It's
to
a
having
much
myocarditis.
worse
of it.
side effect than side effects that have caused other vaccines to be taken off the market before.
That
So,
a
but
7 out of 100,000 rate of acute myocarditis or pericarditis is not a worse side effect than any other vaccine. I think that is a completely acceptable, given that the disease itself is more likely to cause myocarditis or pericarditis.
Yes,
that was
I
a
don't think
totally-
the data suggests support that presupposition anymore. The latest peer-reviewed studies show that that's simply not
Show
true,
the study.
especially among young men.
Show the study.
So there is an age bracket of young men where the elevated rate of myocarditis, acute myocarditis from the vaccine, might have been higher, but we're talking about like
Show the study.
3 or 4 cases per 100,000 people. And again, myocarditis, pericarditis are generally acute conditions.
Well,
They
I
don't
told you
last
at
for
the
very
beginning.
long.
I told you at the beginning of this conversation that the progressive leftists were on the side of the pharmaceutical companies.
It's not about being on the side of the pharmaceutical
Oh my
companies, it's about
God.
Really?
really, yeah. It's
Yeah, well,
about,
I
like-
see. So what I see as the unholy part of that alliance with the pharmaceutical companies is that it dovetails with the radical utopians' willingness to use power to impose their utopian vision.
Well, then what do you
because
make of the
otherwise,
fact
how
that-
would you explain it? Because the
Wow.
leftists should have been the ones that were most skeptical about the bloody pharmaceutical companies.
This is what I'm sorry. Jordan Peterson is just a conspiracy nut. Nothing else. Nothing more. There's nothing more to Jordan Peterson than conspiracy at this point. It just baffles the mind. What's that? Yes, of course, it's tyranny.
And they jumped on the vaccine bandwagon in exactly the same way that you're doing right
pharmaceutical
now.
companies
Yes, I jumping on the bandwagon of not wanting your close ones to die. Excellent, excellent. Did you know that my father got COVID right before the vaccine was rolled out? So possibly if he got it before getting COVID, he probably would have been alive now, but whatever. It's a bandwagon. Okay, sure. Sure.
have helped us tremendously
Yeah,
throughout the
right. There we go. Fine. No,
think modern
I don't
medicine
think
hasn't?
so. No, I don't think
Then
so.
you're just wrong.
I think they're
You're
utterly
completely wrong.
I see. So you don't think that the pharmaceutical companies
Oh, modern medicine actually did not help in increasing lifespans of people or anything at all. Sure, modern medicine is worth shit, I guess. We should just throw it all away because it's tyranny. Modern medicine is tyranny. Got it. Got it.
who dominate the advertising landscape
Got it.
with 75% of the funding are corrupt.
I don't. Corrupt is a
Corrupt.
very broad.
No, it's
Do you think that-
targeted.
do you think that pharmaceutical-
corrupt
do you think
with
they-
a tinge of malevolence,
Do you think
willing to extract money out of people by putting their health on the line?
Do
You don't
think
believe
that?
that?
Do you think that we get effective drugs from pharmaceutical companies?
Not particularly.
Okay.
Oh,
Do you think that any vaccines work?
Yes.
Do you think that any?
I don't think 80 of them work.
80.
at once for babies. I think that's a little
80.
risky.
But yet we've been on this vaccine schedule for how many decades,
Like
and babies
this,
don't.
like this, not like this, not carefully.
I had a ton of vaccines when I was a child. I'm pretty sure that was the norm for people. There were a ton of vaccines you had to
There's
take.
way more now.
Okay. And you think
Well,
that
and you can understand why. I mean, look, part of it,
Citation
no
needed.
doubt, no doubt, part of it is a consequence of the genuine willingness to protect children. But the moral hazard is quite clear, and people on the left used to be aware of this.
What do you
know,
make
if
of the
you
fact?
can-
Where do you think the mRNA vaccine, the speeding up of it, came from? How do you make for the fact that it was Donald Trump that did
Terror.
warp speed?
Terror,
So you-
foolish panicking, just like we're doing with the climate issue.
So you think Trump
Foolish
was
panicking.
was he in bed with the pharmaceuticals? Was
Oh
he working
my
with the left, or
God.
was it just a dumb? That was the only panicky thing he made. He didn't try to push for the mass lockdowns like other far left people would have wanted him to do. That was just the one mistake he
Oh
made
my
was the pushing
God.
for the vaccine.
No, I think Trump undoubtedly made all sorts of mistakes and lots, and it certainly wasn't only the left that stampeded toward the forced COVID vaccine debacle. But it was most surprising to me that it
It
emerged.
exists for a very long time. It was one of our greatest inventions in history. Vaccination. Jesus Christ. This is just crazy. This is... Jordan Peterson is just a conspiracy nut. This can... Wow. Amazing. This is just amazing. I have no clue what's happening here. What am I being exposed to here? What is even happening?
On the left, because the left at least had been protected against the depredations of gigantic predatory corporations by their skepticism of the gigantic enterprises that can engage in regulatory capture, and that just vanished.
Is it not possible that maybe people looked and they said, hey, if all the governments, all the institutions, all the schools, all the private companies across all the countries around the world are saying the same thing,
Yeah.
maybe it is the case that
Yeah, it's just a global conspiracy of the elites to kill people again.
this vaccine just helps. Is that not possible?
Oh, sure, of course it's possible, but that didn't mean it was right.
Well, who's
They
to-
used force.
Well,
They used force.
we use force for all sorts of things in terms of public
We don't
health.
generally use force to invade people's bodies.
How long have vaccine mandates been a thing in Canada, the United States, and the entire world?
Oh my god. Jordan Peterson's just an idiot. So, okay. But I'm sorry. I'm gonna use the most stupid example possible. Okay, I'm gonna use the most stupid example ever. But are parents bad for forcing sometimes their children to eat, their little infants to eat food? Is that wrong because it's using force on someone's body? I don't know what to say here. Is mandatory education bad? According to Jordan Peterson. Is he against that as well?
World.
I don't think they should have been a thing.
That's great
I
if you don't think they
that's a
should have been, but when you say
violation
we
of the
don't
Geneva
generally use
policy.
force, we absolutely use force. We've enforced vaccines for a long time. It's an important part of public
yes,
health.
fair enough. We did it on a scale and at a rate during the COVID pandemic, so-called pandemic, that was unparalleled. And the consequence of that was that we
So-called pandemic. So Jordan Peterson doesn't even believe that the pandemic was real. The pandemic was just as fake as global warming then. There was no pandemic. There was no COVID all around the world, which is what a pandemic is. Which is basically just a bigger version of an epidemic. A pandemic. An international epidemic. So that's a so-called pandemic. Good to know. This is just devolving into craziness.
We injected billions
Amazing.
of people with an experimental, and it wasn't a bloody vaccine.
It
Just
wasn't.
no, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
It's
What,
not.
because it have a 100% success rate? You think it's a definition of vaccine? Well, the point of the vaccine is to give your body a protein
It's
to train
not
on
the
so that your
same
immune system works in the
technology.
future. Who cares if it's not the same? There's
They
different
used
types
the word
of...
vaccine so that they didn't have to
my
contend
God.
with the fact that it wasn't the same technology.
There are different types of vaccines
There certainly are,
that are
and
different technologies.
fine.
The mRNA vaccines is a type
This
of
used to
vaccine
be
technology.
vaccines. Now this is vaccines.
No, it was like this, and now it's like this.
No. It was like this, and now it's like this. The mRNA technology.
Holy shit. Now it's not even a vaccine anymore. I gotta... Holy shit. So now we've gotten to the point where this, like, it's not even a vaccine anymore. It's something totally different that people just call the vaccine to, I don't know, lure people into a false sense of security. Oh my God. It's not even a it's not a vaccine.
Was a radical qualitative leap forward
Oh, crap.
in technology. You can call it a vaccine if you want to, but it bears very little resemblance to any vaccine that went before that. And the reason it was called a vaccine was because vaccine was a brand name that had a track record of safety, and shoehorning it in that was one of the ways to make sure that people weren't terrified of the technology. And
I think the reason it's called a vaccine is because they're injecting you with something that's inoculating you against something in the future because it has proteins that resemble a virus that infects
there
you.
are
Your immune system can
overlaps
train against.
between the mRNA technologies and vaccines, to be sure, but they wouldn't have been put forward with the rate that they were put forward if they weren't a radical new technology. And it's bad in principle to inject billions of people with an untested new technology.
Isn't it also bad in principle for billions of people to get infected with a worldwide pandemic that initially was causing a decent number of deaths, a ton of complications, shutting down world economies?
Maybe it was.
So shouldn't we be able to
looks like
engage in that
it's just a
analysis and figure out,
conspiracy
like, if we look at the
We're
side
not
effects of the
engaging
vaccine?
in the analysis.
No, because now we're talking about
pretending
whether or not
that nothing
vaccines are even
happened.
vaccines or not instead.
No, don't play that game. That is not what I was doing. I was making a very specific and careful case. The
No, you were
mRNA
not.
technology,
You
by
were
wide
not.
recognition, is an extraordinarily novel technology. And you
That
can
doesn't make
call
it not a vaccine, though.
Well, okay,
Well-
it's a radically transformed form of vaccine. I don't
We
give a
make
damn.
updates,
That still makes it something so new that the potential danger of its mass administration was highly probable to be at least or more dangerous than the thing that it was supposed to protect
you
against.
know?
And we are
What?
seeing that in the
We
excess
are
deaths.
absolutely
we're
not.
not.
So are you implying none of the
Yeah,
excess deaths
right.
were caused by the vaccines? Or
I don't.
It sounds like
I don't bloody well know what they're
that's what you're
caused by.
implying now.
Well, look, if you're going to use Occam's razor, you're kind of stuck in an awkward place here.
I'm
Because you
absolutely not stuck in it. This is
Yes.
the most administered vaccine in the or inoculation, or whatever you prefer to call it, in the history of all of mankind. Every single organization around the world is motivated to call this out if it was a bad thing. You don't think Russia or China would be screaming if Donald Trump or the United States warp sped through a vaccine that was having deleterious effects on populations all around the world? You don't think there wouldn't be some academic institution? You didn't think there'd be more than a handful of doctors and Joe Rogan and some conservatives saying this
Thank
vaccine
you,
might have been bad
Destiny.
if it was the case that American companies working with companies in Europe and Germany especially, right, because that's where BioNTech is from, in order to create or manufacture a vaccine that was causing excess deaths all around the world. There are so many different people that we motivated to call this out. How do you explain
We
the
are
fact that
calling it out.
No, it's a handful
No.
of people. Where are the governments
Look,
calling it out? Where are
it's
the
always
academic institutions calling it out? Where are the other private companies calling it out? Wouldn't you stand to make a killing if you were a private company in Europe and you could say, look, the mRNA vaccines for sure are causing all of these issues? Why wouldn't Putin? Why wouldn't Xi Jinping? Why wouldn't anybody else in the world call this out? It was as horrible as it was.
There are plenty of people attempting to call
Nobody
out that-
credible and no huge institution.
What do you make of the excess deaths? You haven't come up with a bloody hypothesis.
I don't even know if there are 20% excess deaths in
Conspiracy.
Europe right now. If I had to guess off the top of my head, it's going to be, like you said, one might be lingering effects of an overwhelmed healthcare system. Another one might be deaths related to the war in Ukraine. Another one might be rising energy costs that have
But it's
happened for a couple of
absolutely
reasons.
impossible that any of it could be unintended consequences of a novel technology injected into billions of people.
I think that if excess, first of all, there aren't billions.
It's possible, but you need evidence, Jordan. You need evidence. Anything's possible. The trick here is what you can prove. Life isn't run by conspiracy, I'm sorry to say.
To people in Europe. So if there were
didn't say
excess
there
deaths,
were.
I understand, but you're talking about excess deaths in Europe. I'm not aware of excess deaths that exist in other places that are completely and totally unaccounted for, where the only explanation could be the vaccine. I think if there were, I think more people would be talking about it.
Well, first of all, the number of people talking about something is not an indication of the scientific.
Well, we're talking about it, Stephen. We're talking about it right now. So checkmate, mate.
Validity of a claim.
I
Quite the
agree with that,
contrary.
but for a
well, then
vaccine
why
that
are
was-
you using mass consensus as the determinant of what constitutes
Because
truth?
I think for
That's
something...
never been the case.
Because I think for something that was...
Consensus is not the argument even being pushed here. The argument is that if that US made vaccine didn't work, then geopolitical enemies of the US would definitely point it out. That's the argument, not consensus.
given to billions and billions of people, if this was something
That
to have
is
a
the
measurable effect on people,
argument being
it would be impossible to cover it up or ignore it.
Well,
We
what do
wouldn't
you-
have to look at the one case
right.
brought up on a documentary. We would have to look at the one thing being talked about.
Then what do you make
but
of the VAERS data?
the ver-
There's more negative side effects reported from the mRNA vaccines than there were reported for every single vaccine ever created since the dawn of time. And
The
not by a
dawn of
small
time.
margin. So it's not just the excess deaths.
I agree.
It's the VAERS data.
What is VAERS data?
Vaccines existed since the dawn of time. You got it here from Jordan Peterson.
It's the database that until the COVID-19 pandemic emerged and we had the unfortunate consequence that there were so many side effects being reported, it was the gold standard for determining whether or not vaccines were safe. And now as soon as it started to misbehave on the mRNA vaccine front, we decided that we were going to doubt the validity of the VAERS reporting system.
Okay, the VAERS reporting system never been the gold standard for anything. VAERS reporting is just if you want to report that there is some issue that you have after getting a vaccine. That's it. I think it's
What do you mean
vaccine
that's it?
adverse
What the hell do you think it was set up for?
to report adverse events. that
Why?
have-
Also, I can't believe I have to say this. But even if you have certain effects after getting a vaccine, it doesn't necessarily follow that the vaccine caused it. Correlation does not equal causation. Believe it or not. You might have effects after getting a vaccine, but those effects might be totally unrelated to the vaccine itself. That is also a thing that people should sort of keep in mind, remember.
happen after a vaccine
Why?
to track and see if something was related to the vaccine.
Right.
So
Why?
most people didn't even know
Why?
VAERS existed until after the COVID vaccine. Once people know that it exists, of course, more people are going to engage with it. But what happens
So
when you
it's all
submit a
noise.
report? No, it could be or it couldn't be. So what do you do when a bunch of stuff?
Well, you first of all might begin
when
by
it-
suggesting that maybe it's not all noise.
Correct. So when
Especially
all
given
of
the
these
excess
things are
deaths.
admitted to VAERS, what they do is from there they investigate. All you can do, all VAERS is I might go and get a vaccine, and maybe in 3 days I go, I got a headache. I'm gonna go ahead and call my doctor and make this report, and they'll say, okay, well it's an adverse event after vaccine. Doesn't mean the vaccine caused the headache. And now that more
True.
people
I
know
didn't
about
say
this
it
system
meant
than
it.
ever,
I'm saying that
just
the
saying
VAERS
that
There you go. Destiny just said what I said. Correlation does not mean causation. You might get certain effects even 5 seconds after getting the vaccine. It doesn't mean the vaccine caused it.
VAERS is not the gold standard of determining if a vaccine is
Compared
working
to
or not.
what?
Compared to actual longitudinal, prospective, randomized controlled trial
You
studies.
mean like the ones they should have done to the goddamn vaccines?
Like the ones that they did do for the vaccines, and they continue to do to this day. Yes, that is correct.
Yeah.
Yes,
You really
correct.
think that you're in a position to evaluate the scientific credibility of the trials for the vaccines, do you?
Yes.
No,
Really?
I don't. So I have to trust.
Then what are you
I have
doing?
to do, what
I don't trust them. I looked at the bloody data.
First of all, you have to trust third parties to some extent. When you go outside,
I don't have to trust
Of course
third-
you do. You do every day. When you turn the keys in your car, you hope your engine doesn't explode. When you're drinking water, you hope that the public water or whatever tap or bottled water you got it out of isn't contaminated or poisoned with cholera.
I don't
when
do
you go-
that as a consequence of consensus.
No, you of course you do.
No, I don't. I do that as a consequence of observing multiple times that when I put the goddamn key in the ignition, the truck started.
Why do you know it's going to start the 50th or the 100th time? Why do you, how
Don't
many
play
times do you wear
Hume
the
with me.
I'm
You know
not
perfectly
playing
well
Hume.
why.
You don't know if the denim in those jeans isn't leaking into your bloodstream. To some extent, we have to trust third-party institutions to make
Except when they
determination.
use force. How about
Especially
that?
when they use force. We trust the police officers. We trust the
We
judicial
do, eh?
systems.
We do. We on the left trust the police, do we?
To some extent, do we? If somebody's breaking
That's
into your
why we
house, who do you
defund
call?
them.
I'm not a defunder, but if somebody's breaking into your house, you can be the most defund person in the world. Who are you going to call? Are you going to call your neighbor? Are you going to call Joe Biden? Are you going to
my
call
mom.
Obama? Are you going to call the Black Panthers? You're going to call the
Okay,
cops.
so tell me this. Tell me
Gotta
this
call my
then,
mom.
because the core issue here is use of force, as far as I'm concerned. You know, we examined some of the weeds around that.
Examine the weed.
Politicians throughout the world, and this would be true on the conservative side now, in the aftermath of the COVID tyranny, because it was more a tyranny than a pandemic,
Okay.
are now saying that we actually didn't force
There we
it.
go. We're adding to the list of things that Jordan Peterson does not know what they are. Because he said it wasn't a pandemic, it was a tyranny. All that a pandemic is an epidemic on an international scale. It just means that an illness has spread all around the globe and is a problem. That's all that it is. That is all that a pandemic means. So I have no idea what the sentence, it was not a pandemic, it was tyranny means. It's a meaningless sentence that can be only said by a person that does not know what a pandemic is. Amazing. Now I understand why he said that was a so-called pandemic, as if trying to say that COVID actually did not spread all around the world, which would be a pretty idiotic thing to say if you actually understood what the word pandemic means. I'll be right back. Conversation's not over. This was a great conversation. Why do you say that? I'm fascinated now. What do you say Why do you say this was a great conversation, James Clown 22? I think it's a crazy conversation full of conspiracy theory. You tell me why you think it's great. Hold on. A great conversation, huh? Welcome to the stream, James Clown. If you're still here. Assuming you're still here. Oh gosh. Oh gosh.
Anybody to take the vaccine. So what do you think of that claim? Like, so let's define force.
I think it's
Because in
technically
Canada-
true, but I think it's silly.
What do you mean
Yes.
it's technically true? Define
Technically
force,
true,
then.
and that in the United States, at least, I think the idea, what they tried to do, they weren't able to do it.
I guess the stupidest sentence of today is it wasn't a pandemic, it was tyranny.
Because the Supreme Court shot it down, was Biden tried to make it so that OSHA, who's the body that regulates job safety, could make it so that employees had to get vaccinated. Now, eventually,
what?
that it was,
Or what?
or they'd lose their job.
Okay, does that qualify as force?
That's why I said technically.
Yeah, I know,
not,
but it's a serious question. I mean, because we need to define what constitutes force before we can. It seems to me.
You could argue it's a type of force, sure. I mean, I think it'd be silly to say it's nothing. It is a type of force. It is the same as a cop telling you have to do this, you're going to be killed. No, but it's on the
Right.
spectrum. Sure, of course, yeah.
It's as much force as the mRNA vaccines are vaccines.
Sure.
What?
It is a type of force, and the mRNA vaccines are a type of vaccine, so sure.
Look, I really think the problem was
What?
with the COVID response. I really
China.
think the problem was the use of force. I mean, I can
Oh, boy.
understand to some degree, although I'm very skeptical of the pharmaceutical companies and far more skeptical than your insistence upon the utility of consensus might lead me to believe you're skeptical of them, which is surprising, I would say, given
I'm
that
very
the
skeptical of them. That's why I'm glad there's multiple companies, multiple countries, multiple academic institutions that do research, and the FDA. Yeah, I'm very skeptical. You should be in any private system. You should be skeptical of every private company, of course. Whether we're talking media, pharmaceuticals, or automobile manufacturers, yeah. But skepticism doesn't mean a blind adherence to the complete total opposite of whatever it is they're saying, right? There are undoubtedly, like, if you look at
How about
Alzheimer's
if you're-
research, there's been groundbreaking improvements
if
on
you're-
drugs to treat Alzheimer's research over the past 3 years.
There's a difference between being skeptical and being a conspiracy nut. Jordan. Like, come on. Like, I'm sorry to say, Jordan Peterson, but conspiracy nuts are basically the opposite of being skeptical. You're not being skeptical at all. You just buy wholesale into the stupidest, craziest conspiracy theories. So no, I'm gonna call bullshit on you being skeptical on things.
That 5 years ago, none of these drugs even existed. And now, yeah, so I mean,
How
it
about if
depends.
you're skeptical of anyone who's willing to use force to put their doctrine forward?
Then,
how's
then
that
you're
as a rule of
skeptical of
thumb?
literally every single person, political idea.
Then I guess you should be skeptical of public education then, which I'm sure Jordan Peterson is, because education is mandatory. At least primary school and high school are mandatory, which implies force. So what now? Should there be no compulsory education in Jordan Peterson's world?
Ideology ever have existed in all of humankind. Some degree of force, you would undoubtedly believe this, right? Some degree of force is probably necessary for any kind of cohesive society, right?
No, I don't believe that.
Of course there is.
No, I
Even if
don't
you had a
believe
tribe
that.
of 100, 120 people, if somebody was stealing something, right? You have to punish that person.
I said earlier that becomes complicated when you're dealing with the psychopathic types. Right, so that's a complication.
Not all
But
of
I
them.
would
Doesn't have
say,
to be
generally
but okay,
speaking, that the necessity to use force is a sign of bad policy. And no, I don't think, I'm not particularly a Hobbesian. I don't think that the only reason people comport themselves with a certain degree of civility in civilized society is because they're terrified by the fact that the government has a monopoly on force that can be brought against them at any moment. I think that keeps the psychopaths in line.
Damn. The leftist Jordan Peterson. I didn't expect that. So what Jordan Peterson is saying, that there should be positive incentives in place that would, that would make people accept vaccines, right? That there should be positive incentive instead of force. That people should be persuaded in a positive and constructive way as to the merits of taking the. No, he's not actually saying that. He's not actually saying that. He's not saying that at all. Which is why I find this whole argumentation to be bullshit.
To some degree, but I think that most people are enticed into a cooperative relationship, and that formulating the structures that make those relationships possible is a sign of good policy.
I have to ask, because I have watched a lot of your stuff in the past. I remember you speaking very distinctly on this, that for instance, when two men are communicating with each other, there is an underlying threat of force that kind of puts on the guardrails those particular social interactions. For instance,
Yeah, the threat of force is don't be psychopathic.
What is how broader is psychopathic here? Are we defining?
Well, I can define it. I mean,
Sure, yeah, go for it.
Well, a psychopath will gain short-term advantage at the cost of long-term relationship.
Okay,
That's really the core issue. Well, you made a reference to something like that earlier in your discussion when you pointed out that people claim to be motivated, let's say, by principle, but will default to short-term gratification more or less at the
For
drop of
social
a hat.
goods, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
not psychopathy.
Well, the exaggerated proclivity to do that is at the essence of psychopathy. So it's a very,
Do you think, I'm curious,
immature.
with this definition of psychopathy, does
It's
that
the
mean
definition of psychopathy. It's not an ad. It's not mine. That's the core of psychopathy.
Okay, I'm not in the United States. I think we call it all ASPD now.
No, it's separate from that's antisocial personality disorder.
I thought that subsumed psychopathy and sociopathy.
Psychopathy is psychopathy is more like it's more the pathological core of antisocial personality disorder.
Okay, maybe that might be true. Okay,
that's a better way of thinking. Like the worst, a small number of criminals are responsible for the vast majority of crimes. It's 1% commit 65%, something like that.
do you think is psychopathy something that can be environmentally induced, or do you think this is core to a person?
It's both. So, for example, if you're disagreeable, like you are, by the way, your proclivity, if you went wrong, would be to go wrong in an antisocial and psychopathic direction. And that's more true of men, for example, than it is for women. That's why men are more likely to be in prison by a lot. I think it's 10 to 1 or 20 to 1 generally. It depends on the particular crime, with it being higher proportion of men as the violence of the crime mounts. So you can imagine on the genetic versus environment side. So imagine that when you're delivered your temperamental hand of cards, you're going to have a certain set of advantages that go along with them that are part and parcel of that genetic determination. And there's going to be a certain set of temptations as well. So, for example, if you're high in trait neuroticism, you're going to be quite sensitive to the suffering of others and be able to detect that. That's useful for infant care. But the cost you'll pay is that you'll be more likely to develop depression and anxiety. And if you're disagreeable, extroverted, and unconscientious, then the place you'll go if you go badly is in the psychopathic or antisocial direction. And there are environmental determinants of that to some degree.
Sure, genes express themselves in an environment. I agree. When I'm just curious for the definition of psychopathy for short-term gain at the expense of long-term
relationship. Really, that's probably the best bit. Yeah.
When you look at stuff like people that are self-destructive, say people that engage in behavioralists like obesity, is that like a type of psychopathy to you, or is that like something different, or how do you define these types of things, I guess, or how do you view that type of thing?
Well, no, there is an overlap in that addictive processes, one of which might lead to obesity, do have this problem of prioritization of the short term. But so that overlaps with the short-term orientation of the psychopath. But a psychopath an obese person isn't gaining anything from your demise to facilitate their obesity, right? So there's a predatory and parasitical element to psychopathy that's not there in other addictive short-term processes.
Do you think, is it possible that there are things, because then to circle back to the tribal example I gave, isn't it possible that people can commit harms against other people where they're not necessarily gaining from their demise, but it's just some other sort of gain that they're doing better? So for instance, like I'm talking to some friends and I'm just gossiping or shit-talking another person. I'm not necessarily feeling good that I'm trashing them per se. I'm feeling good because this group of friends might view me more favorably because I have like a gossip or something to share with them.
Well, but that's the gain right there. And you are contributing to the demise
Yes.
of the people
You are,
that you're
for sure.
gossiping about.
But I think I feel like there's fundamentally different type of thought process between like, I want to tell you something juicy about this guy because it'll make you like me, versus I want to tell you something juicy about this guy because I hate this guy and I want him to like have a worse reputation among people. I feel like there's different drivers for that.
I would say that's an interesting distinction. I would say probably that the hatred-induced malevolence is a
different than
worse
the-
form of malevolence than the popularity-inducing malevolence.
Yeah, the
You know,
only
it's-
reason
it's a tough one, but
yeah, the only reason I bring that up is because I feel like a lot of malevolence that we have social guardrails for is that type of like selfish malevolence where you're not. I would argue even the majority of malevolence in the world is usually people acting selfishly or being inconsiderate, not necessarily like I hate this.
yeah,
person,
I
wanna
think
do
that's
something."
right. I
Sure.
think that, well,
Okay.
that's why Dante outlined levels of hell,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, well, exactly that. And I mean, that book was an investigation into the structure of malevolence, right? He put betrayal at the bottom, which I think is right. I think that's right, because people who develop post-traumatic stress disorder, for example, which almost only accompanies an encounter with malevolence rather than tragic circumstances, they are often betrayed, sometimes by other people, but often by themselves. And yes, there are levels of hell, you know, and you outlined a couple there.
So I guess then my question is just that if you have people, so the kid that steals an orange from a stand, not because he hates the shop owner, but because he wants the orange or he's hungry, without some type of societal, it doesn't have to be the government, it could be family, religious, without some type of use of force, do you think that society ever exists without
Use force on your wife?
well, what are we considering force? Is withholding sex, for instance, is that considered force? Or is, saying we're going to cancel a
Deprivation
vacation?
of an expected reward is
Is rough sex the use of force? A little bit of boom, boom, boom action. Is that considered force? Is that considered bad?
punishment. So you
sure.
could, well, no, but
I
but
can make that case. Definitely.
I mean, this is a serious question. I mean,
Yeah.
look, if we're thinking about the optimization of social structures, we might as well start from the base level of social structure and scaffold up.
Sure. So
Right.
it's like if a wife is upset at a husband, for instance, would that be considered use of force? I think a negative punishment. You're removing a stimulus to punish a person for something. Yeah. Would you consider that like a use of force, or
I would say it would depend to some degree on the intent.
the intent is to punish it?
Like,
Well,
Yeah,
if the intent
genocide.
is to punish, then it's starting to move into the domain of force. I mean, look, while we've been talking, there's been bursts of emotion, right?
Yeah.
And that's because we're freeing entropy and trying to close and to enclose it again. And so that's going to produce it produces negative emotion fundamentally, most fundamentally anxiety and pain, and secondarily something like anger, because those emotions are quite tightly linked.
Sure.
And so within the confines of a marriage, because we might as well make it concrete, there are going to be times when disagreements result in bursts of emotion. And those bursts of emotion don't necessarily have to have an instrumental quality, right? It's when the emotion is used manipulatively to gain an advantage that's short-term for the person, and then maybe that's at the expense of the other person, or even at the expense of the person who benefits future self. Then it starts to tilt into the manipulative. There's a tetrad of traits. So narcissism, Machiavellianism, that's manipulativeness. Narcissism is the desire for unearned social status. That's what you'd gain, for example, if you were gossiping and elevating your social status. Machiavellianism, narcissism, psychopathy, that's predatory parasitism, and those culminate in sadism. And that cloud of negative emotion that's released in the aftermath of disagreement can be tilted in the direction of those traits. And that's when it becomes malevolent. And that's when the problem of force starts to become paramount. Because I think that your fundamental presupposition was both Hobbesian and ill-formed. I do not believe that the basis for the civilized polity is force. Now, you're saying that you can't abjure the use of force entirely, and I would say, unfortunately, that's true.
I would agree with you.
But if the policy isn't invitational, if I can't make a case that's powerful enough for you to go there voluntarily, then the policy is flawed. Now, it may be that we have some cases where we can't do better than a flawed policy because we're not smart enough, and maybe the incarceration of criminals with a long-term history of violent offenses is a good example of that. We don't know how to invite those people to play. They have a history generally from the time they're very young children, from the age of 2, of not being able to play well with others. And it's a very, very intractable problem. There's no evidence in the social science literature at all that hyper-aggressive boys by the age of 4 can ever be socialized in the course of their life. The penological evidence suggests that if you have multiple offenders, your best bet is to keep them in prison till they're 30. And the reason for that is it might be delayed maturation, biologically speaking, but most criminals start to burn out at around 27. So it spikes, it's a big spike when puberty hits, and then stability among the hyper-aggressive types. So actually what happens is the aggressives at 4 tend to be aggressive their whole life, and then they decline after 27. The normal boys are not aggressive. They spike at puberty and go back down to baseline, right? And so you don't really rehabilitate people in prison for obvious reasons. I mean, look at the bloody places. They're great schools for crime in large, but if you keep them there until they're old enough, they tend to mature out of that.
What?
Except the worst of them tend to mature out of that predatory, short-term oriented lifestyle. So, and that's the force issue.
Yeah, I agree. So fundamentally, to clear my
Why prison though?
my stance up, I agree that fundamentally you're not building society on force. If for no other reason, because there'd be so much friction, it would fly apart at the seams, right? You can't force.
You get resistance if you use force.
Fundamentally, we're building off of cooperation. You want to invite people to participate in society. I agree with that. I feel like once you start to hit certain thresholds or certain points, and you've got so many different types of people involved, at some point we're going to have force around the edges on the guardrails just to make sure that we don't allow. Are you familiar with like tit for tat systems? Essentially? Yeah, tit for tat is probably a really important part of our evolutionary biological history and an important part of the animal kingdom. And I think to some degree that tit for tat punishment is important.
Is that force or justice?
You can call it what it is.
No. I'm curious what you think. This is a very serious question.
Yeah.
Because the tit for tat is very bounded, right? It's like, you cheat, I whack you, and then I cooperate, right?
Yeah.
So, and I do think that there's a model there for what we actually conceptualize as justice.
Sure.
It's like you don't get to get away with it, but the goal is the reestablishment of the cooperative endeavor as fast as possible.
Of course, I agree. But in a reductionist way, we're kind of just using justice here as a stand-in for force, right?
Well,
because a tit for tat system.
That's a good.
So there are different types of tit for tat systems, right? You've got tit for tat, you've got tit for tat tat, there's all sorts of type systems where maybe you'll let somebody make a mistake 1 or 2 times, but you can't have a tit system because then somebody could come in and take advantage of it.
Yes, which is the problem with the compassionate left, by the way.
To some extent, sure, it can be. Or a problem with the right that's far too forgiving of Donald Trump. But I would say that tat part, you can call it justice. I think justice is a perspective of force, right? Where some people might consider a force to be just, the cop that arrests the murderer, and other people might consider that force, that tat, to actually be injustice because the murderer was responding to environmental conditions, blah, 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 or was penitential or whatever.
That's a stupid theory, that responding to environmental conditions theory. Because here's why it's not.
Because essentially that's Rittenhouse's self-defense is responding with violence.
So if you assume that there's a causal pathway from early childhood abuse to criminality, let's say, which is the test case for environmental determination of the proclivity for the exploitation of others, then it spreads near exponentially in populations. That isn't what happens. So here's the data. Most people who abused their children were abused as children. But most people who are abused as children do not abuse their children. And the reason for that is because if you were abused, there's 2 lessons you can learn from that. One is identify with the abuser. The other is right, exactly. And what happens, and if this didn't happen, every single family would be abusive to the core very rapidly. What happens is the proclivity for violence it dampens itself out as a consequence of intergenerational transmission. So the notion that privation is a pathway to criminality, that's not a well-founded formulation. And there are an infinite number of counterexamples, and they're crucial. Some of the best people I know, and I mean that literally, are people who had childhood so absolutely abysmal that virtually anything they would have done in consequence could have been justified. And they chose not to turn into the predators of others. And that was a choice, and often one that caused them to reevaluate themselves right down to the bottom of their soul. And so that casual association of relative poverty, even with criminality, we know this too. You take a neighborhood where there's relative poverty, the young men get violent. But they don't get violent because they're all hurt and they're victims. They get violent because they use violence to seek social status. And so even in that
So it's
situation,
all in
it's
their
not,
genes.
oh, the poor. It's no wonder they're criminal because they need bread. It's like, sorry, buddy, that's not how it works. The hungry women feeding their children don't become criminals. The extraordinarily ambitious young men who feel it's unfair that their pathway to success become violent. And that's 100%
So how
well
is
documented,
destiny gonna
and generally by
fund?
radically left-leaning scholars.
Sure,
So-
I don't disagree with any of that. Wealth inequality in areas is a much better predictor of crime than poverty, than absolute
Right,
poverty.
but
Of
it's a
course,
very
yeah.
specific form of crime. It's
sure.
status-seeking crime by young men. Right? Well, but that shows you what the underlying motive is. It's not even redress of the economic inequality. It's actually the men striving to become sexually attractive by gaining position in the dominance hierarchy.
Well, I
There's
think you have
nothing
to
the
be.
least bit about
I
it.
think you have to be really careful with that assessment, though, because you can say that it's not economically. It's not seeking economic.
Why do you have to be careful? The
what are you
biggest
gonna do?
predictor of male...
Because we're assuming that people that commit
I'm
crime
sexually
in these types
dominant.
of circumstances are status seeking and not trying to seek economic remedy. But
That's
it might
exactly
be
what we're assuming.
But it might be the case, for instance, that in economically prosperous areas, that the men there aren't actually seeking economic prosperity. They're also just trying to elevate status, but they do it through economic prosperity. It's potential, right?
They do it with a longer term vision in mind.
Sure.
They're trying to elevate. I wouldn't disagree with that in the least.
Sure.
But they do it with a much longer time horizon in mind. And we know this partly because there have been detailed studies of gang members, for example, in Chicago, who are trying to ratchet themselves up the economic ladder, but they do it with a short-term orientation. Most of them think they're going to be dead by their early 20s.
Sure.
So they're trying to maximize short-term gain. So it has nothing to do with the redress of economic inequality, except in the most fundamental sense. And it is status driven because they're looking for comparative status.
Sure, I
among their
understand what you're saying.
compatriots.
I don't think any human being has baked in a desire to seek economic prosperity. I think that that's like a third order thing that we look for. And fundamentally, it's probably more like safety, security for ourselves, and then status seeking for other things.
I think
like,
that changes when you have children.
No, well, I mean, the safety and
Because
security
your
would extend to your
status is
children.
irrelevant or starts to become irrelevant at that point.
I mean, depending on how you
No,
do your
that's
status,
not true.
right?
That's not true.
You can't do that every time we have a discussion.
I'm sorry. That's bullshit. My father had me and my brother, and status was basically all that mattered to him. So what now, Jordan Peterson? In fact, status mattered to him more than us. So, again, what now, Jordan Peterson? Checkmate. I have my lived experience that contradicts your theory that once you get children, status becomes irrelevant.
Sure, well, I'm just saying, for instance, one of the important things for my child is to be able to send my child to a good school. I need to have an elevated status, right? I need to be able to buy a house in the right school district, or I need to be able to pay the education for him
Right,
to
but
go.
you're not telling me, I hope, that the driving factor behind your desire to care for your children is an elevation in your status.
No, but I'm saying that the elevation of status might be what allows you to take care of children. So, for instance, one of the biggest predictors of getting married is
Is
already
it status
achieving.
or position?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying there's a.
I know,
all
they're
of these things kind of
confounded.
play into
Okay, look, we're running out of time.
Yeah, you're good.
You're
Okay,
smart.
wait, real
You're
quick. Yeah, just
smart.
go back.
You're
I just want to
sharp.
say that tit for tat thing. I was just saying
Yeah.
that the tat
You're
thing.
smart. You're sharp and smart.
There is some underlying built
You're smart.
into probably our genes, right? Because we see it all throughout the animal kingdom that there's some level of punishment or some
Justice.
level of force. You can call it
Justice. No,
sure.
but I think it's the right.
It's
I really
justice
think
when
it's-
you're the tatter, not when you're the titter, though, right?
No,
when you're the
no,
titter,
no,
it's just retribution.
No, I don't
Yeah.
think that's true either. Look, if you read Crime and Punishment, for example, one of the things you see that emerges when Raskolnikov gets away with murder, and it's a brutal murder, and he gets away with it, it's completely clear, and he has a justification for it. And what happens as a consequence is that disturbs his own relationship with himself so profoundly that he can't stand it, such that when a just punishment is finally meted out to him, it's a relief. And that's not rare. And that is, like, there isn't anything more terrifying. This is why Crime and Punishment is such a great novel. There isn't anything more terrifying than breaking a moral rule that you thought you had the ability to break and finding out that you're somewhere now that you really don't want to be.
Damn.
And then that, there's nothing worse in your own life than waiting for the other shoe to drop. If you've transgressed against a moral rule and now you're an outsider because of that, you live in no man's land, the fact that you have just retribution coming to you, that can be a precondition for your atonement and your integration back into society.
But it's probably important to note that depending on the system you exist in, those moral transgressions just aren't, right? So to take it back to, I'll use your leftist example, you might consider threat of force for somebody to get a vaccine to be a highly immoral thing that might be a transgression against some fundamental moral thing, but a person on the left might think that they're actually satisfying their moral requirement to society by doing so. Much the same as a child soldier, or not, I won't use child soldier, but maybe an older person that's committing intifada or some kind of Islamic terrorist thinks that they're fulfilling some moral calling as well.
No doubt that that's the case. That's why I was focusing in on the use of force, is that I think it's a rule of a good
Force. Use the force, Luke. Makes you a bad guy, doesn't it?
rule of thumb policy that if you have to implement your goddamn scheme with force, then there's something wrong with the way it's formulated.
Does it bother
There's
that
no
every
reason
religious...
we could have used a pure invitational strategy to distribute the vaccine. It would have been much more effective. And it was bad policy, rushed. We're in an emergency. We have to use force. It's like, no, you weren't. It wasn't.
Oh, so Jordan Peterson is fundamentally okay with the vaccines. He just wanted a better incentive structure in place. I highly doubt that, by the way. He ranted a whole lot about it being experimental. So I doubt his only objection is the incentive structure behind distributing the vaccine itself. I'm sorry. I'm skeptical. I'm a bit...
wasn't the kind of emergency that justified force, not least because behavioral psychologists have known for decades that force is actually not a very effective motivator. It produces a vicious kickback. So, one of the things, this is going to happen for sure, is that the net deaths from people stopping using valid vaccines as a consequence of general skepticism about vaccination is going to cause, in my estimation, over any reasonable amount of time, far more deaths than COVID itself caused. You violate people's trust in the public health system at your great peril. And you do that by using force. And we did that. And so you can see already that there's hordes of people who are vaccine skeptic, this generalized skepticism that to some degree you were rightly decrying. It spreads like wildfire, and no wonder, because if you make me do something, I'm going to be a little skeptical of you for a long time. This conversation, we're here voluntarily, like we're trying to hash things out and in good faith, but neither of us compelled the other to come here, and neither of us are compelled to continue. And so that makes it a fair game. And a fair game is something that everyone can be invited to. And I suppose that's something that's neither right nor left, hopefully, right? Something we could conceivably agree on.
Jordan Peterson is against compulsory education as well. Good to know.
And I also think that I don't have any illusions about the fact that there are people on the right who would use power to impose what they believe to be the core, what would you say? Their core idol. Of course, the temptation to use force is rightly pointed to by the leftists who insist that power is the basis for everything. It isn't the basis for everything. That's wrong. It's really wrong. But it's a severe enough impediment to progress forward that we have to be very careful about it.
Be careful.
So, look, we have to stop.
Sure, yeah.
Stop it.
I want to know if there's anything else you'd like to say before we stop, because unfortunately we have to stop rather abruptly. And so,
I feel like we got pretty far into this.
I feel like we've gotten through all of your crazy conspiracy theories, Jordan. Thank you. Thank you for playing along. Damn. Thank you.
what are you trying to accomplish? Let's stop with that.
What I was trying to accomplish was to expose you as the conspiracy theory hack that you are, and you've helped me a great deal. Thank you. You've cooperated, Jordan. Thank you. Oh my God.
We found out a little bit about who you are. I mean, you formulated your proclivity in terms of, to some degree, in terms of delight in argumentation or facility at it, which you certainly have. the danger in that, of course, is that you can be oriented to win arguments rather than to pursue the truth. And that's the danger of having that facility for argumentation. Sure. But what are you hoping to accomplish by engaging in conversations like this in the public sphere? Elevation of status,
Absolutely.
That's one possibility.
No, I feel like I think debate or argumentation is good because it forces two sides to make their ideas somewhat commensurate to the other. If two people are having a conversation, they have to be able to communicate said ideas to the other person. Otherwise, it's just a screaming match. And I think there is a good, for the sake of like just being bipartisan or having a collection of people in a certain area and having different people together, just that in and of itself without anything else happening, I think produces a good, at least for a democratic society. For instance, like I would agree that school, maybe not faculty, but administrators are very, 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 very far left today. Dangerously so. I don't have to talk to you about this, obviously. But I think part of the responsibility to that, I think, rests at the feet of conservatives who, instead of maintaining participation in the system, decide that they're going to throw their hands up and disengage. When I go and I see...
Or be forced out.
Or be forced out, sure.
In my case,
that's fine.
Example.
Yeah, sometimes it can happen.
Oh,
but I think that
often,
rather than accepting being forced out, or rather than encouraging other people to disengage, the engagement has to happen. It can't be I'm losing faith in the system, so all of us are going to go here and do their own thing. It has to be like, no, we're going to be here in these conversations, whether you like it or not, because in a democracy, sometimes the guy you don't like wins. Sometimes the policy that you don't like is enforced. Sometimes a guy you don't like is somebody you have to share an office or a classroom with, and we need to be okay with that. And I'm worried that like the internet is driving people into these like very homogenous but very polarized groups.
The data on that, by the way, aren't clear. Like whatever's driving polarization doesn't seem to be as tightly.
It should be the data isn't clear. Data singular. Data is a word for singular. It's not the data aren't clear. Jordan made a mistake here. And I'm here to point it out.
Related to the creation of those internal bubbles, as you might think. Like I've looked at a number of studies that have investigated to see whether people are being driven into homogenized information bubbles, and it isn't obvious that that's the case directly, although the polarization that you're pointing to, that you're concerned about, that seems to be clearly happening. So, and why that is, well, that's a matter of, intense speculation.
I feel like the homogeneity, I feel like it's not so much, this is not research-based at all, it's just a total feeling. Yeah. So I'll admit that. True. But the feelings that I have is it's not necessarily that homogeneity has increased, it's that homogeneity has increased as a byproduct of the bubbles becoming larger. So for instance, it might be that I'm from Omaha, Nebraska. It's a town or city really, in Nebraska, right? It might have been that 50 years ago, there are bubbles in living in Omaha, and there are different bubbles for living in Lincoln. And there might be bubbles in Toronto or neighborhoods in Toronto, or there might be bubbles in Vancouver. But now as the internet exists and things become more internationalized, these bubbles it's not just a bubble that exists in these cities. Now the bubbles have come together, and as a result of them coming together,
problem.
True.
Sure, yeah,
they are.
Or a globalization problem or a communication problem. But you run into this issue where somebody might be in a particular city or state and have a really strong opinion about what AOC says, but they don't know anything about their local political scene. And I think that that's an issue because the bubbles have gotten so large and they're encompassing so many people now, and you're expected to have like a similar set of beliefs between all of these different people now that might live in totally different places. That's, I think, a big issue we're running into.
Yeah, well, that could be, we'll close with this, I think. That might be one of the unintended consequences of hyperconnectivity, right? Is that we're driving levels of connectivity that get rigid and that we also can't tolerate. Yeah. All right, well, that's a good place to stop. Well, thank you very much for coming in today. That's much appreciated. And
beautiful.
You're a sharp debater and good on your feet, so that's fun to see. And I do think that your closing remarks were correct, is that the alternative to talking is fighting.
True.
Right.
They do.
So when we stop talking,
I think they've succeeded.
The disagreements are going to go away.
Yeah.
We will start fighting.
Yeah.
Right.
Probably same for marriages too, even.
Talking, right, absolutely. And talking can be very painful, because a conversation can kill one of your cherished beliefs, and you will suffer for that, although maybe it'll also help you. But the alternative to that, death by offense, is death, right?
Yeah.
Right. So better to
Right.
substitute the abstract argumentation for the actual physical combat.
For sure.
Right.
Sometimes,
All
like
right.
the worst relationships are the ones where couples fight a lot, and
Yeah,
sometimes
that's
the really
right.
bad ones are where they don't fight
Well,
ever, and then all of a sudden there's
The
yeah.
couples
Yeah.
who fight and reconcile are the
Exactly,
ones that,
yeah.
yes, exactly. All right. All right. Well, that was good. Thank
Yeah,
you very
thanks.
much. And for everyone watching and listening on the YouTube platform, thank you very much for your time and attention. And we're going to spend another half an hour or so on the Daily Wire side. So if you're inclined, tune into that. And we'll find out a little bit more about the background of our current interviewee, Destiny. See you later, guys.
This course will.
Okay, we're not watching a course. Woo! So that's that. We've done it. We went through the whole thing. Amazing. Amazing. We've done it. Boom, boom. Woof. Woof woof. But now we're gonna do something else. Hold on. Monhan World. Now we're gonna do something totally different. We're gonna do the last topic of today. One of our two topics of today was Destiny debate, which I did not expect this to take so long, but you know, here we are. We've all enjoyed it. You've all bam. I think that was the best time spent watching Destiny debate Jordan Peterson. And now we're gonna be talking about war again. That's right, war. I'm gonna look at something. Look it up. Not this. This guy. Good debate, to be fair. Jesus. So apparently, things have changed, and now, finally, Russia has accepted that we are not in a special operation anymore. Now we're at war. It's been a while. It's been a while, and we've graduated from special operation to war. But let's not get too excited, because actually the person who said that only on paper it's a war now, but actually in practice it's still not a war. It's still a special operation, and that actually wait a second. I think Peskov said it. Peskov said it. That actually it's still a special operation, and it's not a war in the way that anti-war people see it as a war. So it is a war, but it sort of isn't a war. It's not a special operation anymore, but it's actually officially still a special operation. So there you have it. That is the official stance of Russia. Make of that what you will. I will repeat so that it's not left ambiguous. It's not a special operation anymore. It is actually now war. But actually, officially, it's still just a special operation, military operation, and not a war. And even if it's a war, it's still not a war in the way that anti-war people claim that it is a war. There you go. And it is a war, at least on paper, because the West got involved in this special military operation, which makes it a war. But not really. It's still a special military operation. There we go. I hope I explained it. I hope I explained it in a pretty good way. I hope I managed to explain the whole thing in a satisfactory way. And now, okay, now that I've explained Peskov's stance on what is the current status of what is going on between Russia and Ukraine, we can go to a different type of news. And that news is that there's been a terrorist attack on Moscow. Let's see. Last hour. Newest news. Apparently a lot of people died in that whole terrorist attack. "60 people have been killed, over 100 injured in the concert hall." Islamic State group claims responsibility. The Islamic State group claimed responsibility for the attack in a statement posted on affiliated channels on social media. House intelligence officials told the Associated Press the U.S. intelligence agencies had learned the group's branch in Afghanistan was planning an attack in Moscow and shared the information with Russia's officials, with Vladimir Putin, apparently like a week ago. And apparently just 3 days ago, Putin just said that it's a bunch of hockey nonsense and that the West is trying to blackmail Putin and fearmonger. The attack, which left the concert hall in flames with a collapsing roof, was the deadliest in Russia in years and came as the country's war in Ukraine dragged into a third year. Moscow Mayor Sergei Sobyanin called the raid a huge tragedy. The Kremlin said Putin was informed minutes after the assailants burst into Crocus City Hall, a large music venue on Moscow's western edge that can accommodate 6,200 people. The attack took place as crowds gathered for a performance by the Russian rock band Picnic. The investigative committee, the top state criminal investigation agency, reported early Saturday that more than 60 people were killed. Health authorities released a list of 145 injured, 115 of them hospitalized, including 5 children. And there were actually theories that since they found some old van with presumably old Ukrainian registration plate, which was actually Belarusian and not Ukrainian, that this was all a ploy by Putin because when he was elected in 1999, he used a similar sort of false flag attack on Russia to attack Chechnya, and then it would be again a false flag terrorist attack supposedly by Ukraine for Putin to be able to say, now we're not in a special operation anymore. We're in a full-scale war, and we are throwing another 500,000 people into the front or something. That was basically a theory that has been floating around throughout the day today. And so Now, from this very article, we are seeing that that has been proven incorrect, that we have a group that has claimed responsibility for this attack. Video showed the building on fire with a huge cloud of smoke rising through the night sky. The street was lit up by the blinking blue lights of dozens of fire trucks, ambulances, and other emergency vehicles, as fire helicopters buzzed overhead to dump water on the blaze that took hours to contain. Simply 4 people with machine guns, with smoke bombs. Guards at the concert hall did not have guns, and some could have been killed at the start of the attack. Russian media reported. Some Russian news outlets suggested the assailants fled before special forces and riot police arrived. Reports said police patrols were looking for several vehicles the attackers could have used to escape. In a statement posted by its Amak news agency, the Islamic State group said it attacked a large gathering of Christians in Krasnogorsk on Moscow's outskirts, killing and wounding hundreds. It was not immediately possible to verify the authenticity of the claim. However, U.S. intelligence officials confirmed the claim by the Islamic State group's branch based in Afghanistan that it was responsible for the Moscow attack, a U.S. official told AP. The official said U.S. intelligence agencies had gathered information in recent weeks that the IS branch was planning an attack in Moscow. He said U.S. officials privately shared the intelligence earlier this month with Russian officials. The official was briefed on the matter, but was not authorized to publicly discuss the intelligence information and spoke to the AP on condition of anonymity. So yeah. Dmitry Medvedev, deputy head of Russia's Security Council, said that if Ukraine involvement was proven, all those involved must be tracked down and killed without mercy, including officials of the state that committed such outrage. He actually said that the highest officials of the Ukrainian state would all be captured and killed if they took part in this terrorist attack. Mikhailo Podolyak, an advisor to Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, denied Ukrainian involvement. Ukraine has never resorted to the use of terrorist methods, he posted on X. Everything in this war will be decided only on the battlefield. John Kirby, spokesman for the White House National Security Council, said he couldn't yet speak about the details, but the images are just horrible and just hard to watch. Friday's attack followed a statement earlier this month by the U.S. Embassy in Moscow that urged Americans to avoid crowded places in view of imminent plans by extremists to target large gatherings in the Russian capital, including concerts. The warning was repeated by several other Western embassies. National Security Council spokesperson Adrienne Watson said Friday the U.S. government had information about a planned attack in Moscow, prompting the State Department advisory to Americans. The U.S. government shared the information with Russian authorities in accordance with its long-standing duty to warn policy, Watson said. Putin, who extended his grip on Russia for another 6 years in this week's presidential vote after a sweeping crackdown on dissent, denounced the Western warnings as an attempt to intimidate Russians. All that resembles open blackmail and an attempt to frighten and destabilize our society, he said earlier this week. Well, he must be regretting these words now. Russia was shaken by a series of deadly terror attacks in the early 2000s during the fighting with separatists in the Russian province of Chechnya. In October 2002, Chechen militant took about 800 people hostage at a Moscow theater. 2 days later, Russian special forces stormed the building and 229 hostages and 41 Chechen fighters died. Most from effects of narcotic gas Russian forces used to subdue the attackers. So basically, what happened in that whole scenario was that the Russian special forces decided that they cannot storm the theater, that the terrorists that have taken all the audience hostage are just, I don't know, too tricky to tackle. They've decided to gas the entire building, including the hostages themselves. And to add salt to injury, they have refused to tell medics what sort of gas was used, which highly inhibited the ability of medics to help the gassed audience, to help the hostages who were gassed by Russian special forces. It would be one thing if they just gassed the audience, but they also refused to disclose to the medical personnel what sort of gas was used, which basically made it impossible to treat, which meant that a lot of people died. That was the main reason why many people died. In September 2004, about 30 Chechen militants seized a school in Beslan in southern Russia, taking hundreds of hostages. The siege ended in a bloodbath 2 days later, and more than 330 people, about half of them children, were killed. So there we have it. We have talked about the terrorist attack on Russia. We have discussed this important topic, which turned out to be, I don't think, since a group appeared that took responsibility for the attack, I'm pretty sure that it will be impossible for Putin to weaponize it in any way against Ukraine, but we'll see. There was huge speculation that this whole attack would be used by Russia to mobilize more people, to conscript more people to the front, but it seems like that is not very likely anymore. It seems like that's not a very likely scenario anymore. So there you have it. There you have it. I thank you very much. This has been a stream. The stream was very lovely, and yeah, it's just, it happens. It's a thing. It's an adventure. It's an experience that you've experienced here with me, and I'm grateful for that. So bye bye, and I'll see you someday after the weekend. I'll be reading books and doing. Oh, wait, no. Actually, I'm going to a new protest tomorrow. Never mind. I'm going to do a counter protest. Wait, let's check it out. I could have sworn that tomorrow will be a counter protest. Never mind, there is a protest tomorrow of. There will be a protest tomorrow, so I'm going. Hold on. Oh, wait, never mind. Hold on. Maybe not? I could go to Lublin. I could go to Lublin and look at the protest there. I'll think about it. Well then, I'll see you. I'll see you Monday or something. Bye bye. It was lovely. And yes, it's been